There we have it. We're underway with the first race of the day for the 2023 European Rowing Championships Bled, Slovenia, the D final for the men's double scull. So this is contesting places 19 through 24 in the championship rankings. But as this is a two-boat race, only 2 places to contest for. And they're just coming up to 200 meters in, still pretty much neck and neck, not much to split Denmark and Bulgaria. Perhaps a canvas at this stage to Denmark in the lead. They're just striding down to 39 strokes a minute to Bulgaria's 41. Bulgaria now stroked by Emil Nakov. They've switched things around just as of this morning, so clearly try and attempt new and different things to see if that makes the boat go faster. 250 meters in and they're level again, so something changed there. The Bulgarian boat not wanting to let Denmark creep away.
Dansko-bolgarski dvoboj v D-finalu se je začel, torej moški dvojni dvojci. Zaenkrat v rahlem vodstvu bolgarska posadka po prvih metrih, ampak posadki sta zaenkrat še zelo blizu, tako da še nič ni dorečenega.
Coming up towards 500 meters in, Bulgaria now just starting to poke their nose out in front ever so slightly. They're still up there at 39. Denmark have strayed down to 36. Denmark, a relatively new combination, both of them having recently stepped up from under 23s. Secker and Rathenborg, they're at 36. Bulgaria going down to 38 now. Emil Nakov in the stroke seat. Boris Yotov, the Olympian from Rio, in the bows. Both coached by Rumjana Nakova, Emil's mother. She set the world best time in the women's single scull all the way back in 2002, time of 7:07.71 in Seville, Spain. So if anybody knows how to make a boat go quickly, it is Rumjana Nakova, and she's been coaching these guys for quite some time, and it seems to be working for them, or it certainly was for Nakov. He was under 23 world champion back in 2021. But now Denmark are pushing out into the lead as they come up towards 750 meters in. And so for the first time today, we're going to hand over to Camilla. Camilla, how are they looking as they come up towards the 1,000?
Pete, they're looking really close, actually. On paper, 5 seconds separated these crews through the CD semi-finals, but barely much to choose between Denmark and Bulgaria at this time. You mentioned the Under-23 World Championships that Emil Nakov won in the single back in 2021. He actually faced up against Bastian Secker, who sits in the Danish crew, who's there sitting in the stroke seat. He picked up the bronze medal on that occasion, but the tables have turned here since under-23s, and here on the senior stage it's Denmark leading out. They've stretched out that lead in the last few strokes. It looks more like a third of a length now than a few strokes ago, just a few centimetres separating these crews. But it's great to see sort of developing talent moving through onto the senior stage. Bastian Secker, the stroke of the Danish men's double, out of the single scull from last season and into this new double scull combination. Again, I'm sure we'll see this Danish combination looking to move through each of the World Cups and through towards the World Championships that take place this year over in Belgrade, Serbia. And again, I think that it's a great opportunity to get some more racing experience under the belt. Still tight racing here in this D final of the men's double sculls for places 19 and 20. But Denmark looking to stamp their authority now in this third 500. I think they've just broken clear water, but with the best view of that transition, it's Brian Ritchie Richardson at 500 metres to go.
Thanks, Camilla. Great way to start the day with a real tussle here between just 2 boats in final D of the men's double sculls between Denmark and Bulgaria. Interesting history there that Camilla was informing us about. Noikov and Secker, a nice rivalry developing under 23 and transferring into senior rowing now as well. They have just moved into a clear water lead, as you were mentioning. Denmark just putting on a push to move ahead of the Bulgarian crew. The Denmark crew down at 35 strokes per minute, using the power in the water, not taking the rate up too high, so they look in control, coming up with 500 meters to go. Ideal conditions here, so we saw yesterday that we did run into some wind issues, tailwind for a lot of the day, very strong in the middle part of this course, but no issues here today, flat calm A little bit of a breeze, but certainly not anything that would affect the speed of the boats. So just watching the Danish crew now push on again. They're still maintaining 35, 36 strokes per minute against the Bulgarians, up at 38. The Bulgarians doing their best now to get back in touch and close down that open water gap that opened up in the last 500 metres. But the Danish crew in control here, Magnus Rathenborg in the bow seat, Bastian Secker in the stroke seat, in control here coming up for our first race of the day. And Pete, they should be coming to interview you. Those red boys will give them the indication that they've 250 to go, and really this Danish crew doing what needs to be done, getting out to that lead in the middle part of the course and rowing very nicely in to close out our first race of the day.
Yeah, great race from the Danish. They were second through 500, but they've been underrating the Bulgarians by 3 pips at least, all the way through that middle 1,000. And it's paying off because they continue to pull away with every stroke coming into the last 200 metres or so now. No discernible sprint emerging from the Bulgarians as yet. They're still at 39, which is where they've been for most of the race so far.
Čeprav sta hitreje začela Bolgara, pa sta Danca hitro prevzela pobudo in takole preko celotne proge samo še dodajata na plin in seveda povečujeta prednost pred svojo konkurenco.
So Denmark's Magnus Rathenborg and Bastian Secker are going to win the D final for the men's double sculls. They cross the line 2 lengths up on Bulgaria's Boris Yotov and Emil Nakov.
Takole zdajle pa prvi današnji slovenski nastop na Blejskem jezeru. Finale D moških enojcev in na progi 1 že slovenski predstavnik Filip Matej Pfeiffer. Stisnimo pesti, da bo tokrat šlo Filipu Mateju čim bolje in da iztrži čim več, morda preboj med najboljšo 20-terico skifistov v Evropi.
Next race is already coming down the course. It's the D final for the men's single sculls. Filip Matej Pfeiffer for Slovenia in lane 1. Olli-Pekka Karppinen of Finland in 2. Eskil Borg for Sweden in lane 3. Danny Fridman of Israel in 4. And Alexandros Issamidis for Cyprus in lane 5. They're coming up through 750 now, and it's Fridman out in front. He looks to have earned himself about a length's lead there, Camilla.
Yeah, about a length's lead, but still, as we've seen before in the singles sculls, not only this weekend, but in most international level competitions, a length not enough to secure you a placing at the halfway point in this race. It's a fairly tight field still across the board. It was a great start for Danny Fridman, but alongside him, he's got the Cypriot athlete Zissimidis in lane number 5, just to his left, keeping him honest as we approach the timing marker. So about a length separating these guys. We've also got Eskil Borg of Sweden. Well, he's got overlap on the Cypriot. And then looking to the far side of the lake by the tower, that's where we see Karppinen and her local home favourite, Pfeiffer. Now, Pfeiffer's had a tough run through this regatta. We saw a great sprint from him a couple of days ago that ended in heartbreak, but performing well here in this D final. He's just plucked off Karppinen of Finland next to him. He's riding alongside Sweden's Borg for 3rd position. But the undoubted leader at this moment in time is still Danny Fridman of Israel. Just taking a look at the ratings, we've got Fridman at 34, just slightly overrating Zissimidis of Cyprus. But if I look on the water, it certainly looks like Zissimidis is being a little bit more punchy. So I don't know whether that's just that explosive drive phase in the single that's just making him look that little bit more dynamic than Fridman is through this middle section. But Fridman isn't stopping him from having the fastest moving boat here on the water. So that's Fridman in the lead for Israel ahead of Zissimidis of Cyprus in 2nd. But here comes Filip Matej Pfeiffer for 3rd place. What a great sight for the local crowd here, Richie.
Absolutely. I'm sure he'll be able to hear the encouragement that's going to come his way as soon as this race comes into view. They're just coming up on the 500-metre mark. Still Israel leading it out, Friedman. He's done so from the start, and he's in trying to get in control of this race coming down to the last quarter. He's taken the rate up now to 35, 36 strokes per minute. The lower rating Cypriot right beside him in lane 5. Zimidis just pushing on to try stay in touch, just about 10 metres, a little bit more than a length and a half behind in second place. But as we said, Philip Matej Pfeiffer, tough racing earlier on in the rounds. He's doing his best to stay in touch, as indeed as Eskil Borg and Olli-Pekka Karppinen for Sweden and Finland. So coming through, it's just a little bit of clear water now for Friedman ahead of the sculler from Cyprus right beside him, and then there's just a length and a half separating the other crews. And really, to bring this one home, Natasha, I'm going to come over to you to get the Slovenian crowd behind their local roar and see if we can get him up in the higher placings.
Thank you, Richie. Ja, Filip Matej Pfeiffer trenutno na tretjem mestu, uspel si je odlepiti od Šveda, s katerim sta konkurirala za tole tretje mesto v D-finalu, sicer pa v vodstvu Izraelec, na drugem mestu Ciprčan. Morda pa se Filipu Mateju Pfeifferju izide tudi za drugo mesto in pa za najboljšo 20-terico v Evropi. Dajmo navijači, zdaj mu rabi Filip Matej Pfeiffer spodbudo. Zelo dobro je nastopil v boju za polfinale, pa se je za malenkost išlo malce razočaranja, mogoče tudi za tega veslača veslaškega kluba Ljubljanica in potem na koncu tudi razočaranje v finalu CD, ampak Filip Matej Pfeiffer je zdaj le zbral moči in takole napreduje proti drugemu mestu v finalu D. Dajmo stisnimo pesti, da se Filip Matej prebije med najboljšo 20-terico skifistov v Evropi. Vemo, Filip Matej, da to zmoreš. Samo še nekaj metrov loči torej skifiste v finalu D do zaključka. Poglejte, Filip Matej Pfeiffer pospešuje in se bliža tudi vodilnemu. Morda pa Filipu Mateju Pfeifferju uspe tudi prebiti se na prvo mesto v tem D-finalu. To bi bilo čudovito in čudovita napoved za vse današnje slovenske nastope. Dajmo, Filip Pfeiffer, še malo! Zmoreš to in za malenkost mislim, da je zgrešil prvo mesto.
That was incredibly close. It looked as though the Slovenian in the last 50 meters may have pipped the Israeli to the line. He did it. Filip Matej Pfeiffer has won the D final.
Čudovita novica. Filip Matej Pfeiffer je torej zmagovalec finala D. Vendarle se je išlo. Zgolj 600 sekunde je ločilo slovenskega aduta v tem finalu pred Danijem Friedmanom. Torej Izrael na drugem mestu na koncu. Kakšen zaključek Filipa Mateja Pfeifferja, kakšen finiš, kakšen res kakšno veslanje v teh zadnjih metrih. Čestitke, Filip Matej Pfeiffer, za tole borbo.
Well, we had an exciting race yesterday, and we had another one, 600ths of a second. That margin, so close, very similar to the men's 8 final yesterday evening, just pipped over the line. Filip Matej Pfeiffer for Slovenia takes the win. Danny Friedman for Israel, second. Third, Zissimidis for Cyprus. Fourth, Borg of Sweden. And fifth, Karppinen of Finland in that D-final for the men's single sculls. Next race is already rocketing down the course. It's the C-final for the men's pair. We've got the Czech Republic, Greece, Slovenia, Germany, Hungary and Moldova. Camilla, what's the story?
Well, the Slovenian fans are going to be happy. Let's get them warmed up in the grandstands because they're leading out this C-final of the men's coxless pair. This could be a great back-to-back here for Slovenia, but the job is not done yet here for Chas and Krebs. The Germans really put in a concerted effort as they went through 1,000 metres. And on the other side of Slovenia, Greece are also choosing this moment to make a bit of a move. So they are just slipping back, but as we saw in that previous race, Filip Matej Pfeiffer just ended up being surged on by the crowd. So I don't think this race is over yet for Chas and Krebs. Then the trailing pack, well, that is the Czech Republic, Hungary and Moldova. But out at the front of the field, well, can the Slovenians hang on to this, Richie?
Oh, what a result it would be just after seeing that very exciting sprint finish from Pfeiffer to come up and take the win in the previous race. Hopefully that cheer from the crowd will have lifted the Slovenian team as well. They're coming up now, just doing their best to push on against the Germans. On paper, it's the German crew who had the faster time coming through the repechage. Both of these crews raced in different races, so it's probably the first time that they're racing side by side here. It's going to be really intense in the last 500. Just coming through. Cass and Krebs from Slovenia just leading it out now. They have about half a length ahead of the Germans, but here it's the Greek crew now coming through and coming up to challenge the Germans for second place. Little glance over from the stroke seat of the Greek boat to look at the Germans. They think they might have him in their sights to move on into first place. But Natasha, I hope you can catch your breath, because I'm going to hand over to get the Slovenian crew back. Cass and Krebs leading this one out.
Yeah, hardly really exciting races. Torej, v vodstvu v C-finalu moških dvojcev Jaka Čas in pa Nik Krebs, mariborska veslača, prihajata proti cilju suvereno v vodstvu. Najbližja zasledovalca pa Nemec in pa Grk, pa tamle tudi mađarska posadka, torej se bliža, ampak Jaka Čas in pa Nik Krebs imata dovolj veliko prednost, da lahko prideta do 13. mesta, torej najboljšega izkupička v tem finalu C. Dajmo navijači, spodbujajmo zdaj Mariborčana, da prideta do svoje zmage v tem C finalu. Več kot zasluženo, res sta prikazala zelo dobro predstavo. Še malo, še nekaj metrov je torej do cilja. Dajmo Jaka, dajmo Nik, imata to in zmoreta. Še malo, ne pustita se prehiteti od drugih in osvojita tole 13. mesto. 13. mesto v Evropi je tudi lep dosežek.
Last few strokes, and Slovenia looking good for the back-to-back win here as we see the C final for the men's pair. Half a length in it, Slovenia take the win ahead of Hungary for second. That was a great race to the line. Germany taking third, and then fourth place we have Greece. Fifth we've got Moldova, and sixth place Czech Republic. What a conclusion there for Jaka Čas and Nik Krebs of Slovenia.
Ja, izjemno smo veseli tudi tele zmage Časa in pa Krebsa. Danes smo lahko res dobre volje, dobro gre našim veslačem. Upajmo, da bo šlo tako dobro tudi naprej. Jaka Čas in pa Nik Krebs sta uspela obraniti tole vodstvo. Sicer pa čestitke Mađaroma, res izjemen finiš. Z 4. mesta sta se prebila na 2. mesto in skoraj da je malce manjkalo, pa bi prehitela našo posadko.
So that was the first of our C finals. We're on to the second of three now for the men's double sculls next. We've got Yuri Ivanov and Pavlo Yurchenko for Ukraine in lane 1, Mikhail Kushtain and Johan Polak for Estonia in lane 2, Krzysztof Kasparek and Simon Poznik for Poland in 3, Jonas Richter and Hugo Nerud for Sweden in 4, and Baskaj Mate and Zabo Marton for Hungary in lane 5. Now they're just coming up towards Camilla, so let's find out what the margins are.
Thanks, Pete. Well, it's the Swedish crew that lead out this C final of the men's double sculls at the moment. But you were asking about margins. Well, I make it about a canvas, perhaps even a third of a length here. No, a canvas up on the Polish crew of Kasparek and Poznik. It's then a half a length back to over on the tower side, Ivanov and Yurchenko of Ukraine, and they are tightly locked in with the Estonian crew of Kushtin and Polak. But just the Hungarians here off the back of this pace. Clear water, they're the only boat clear water off the leading 4 crews. But it's going to be a great race all the way down to the line. We often find this with the minor finals, this last opportunity to get a ranking and a placing within Europe. The field really closes up. But still, to bring you back to the front of the field, it's still Sweden leading out the way, Richter and Nerud, but being closely pursued by the Polish, and then the fight for third between Ukraine and Estonia, Richie.
A really great row so far from Richter and Nehru. They took the lead off of the first couple of 100 meters. It was the Hungarians who were leading through 500, but then we've seen the Swedes move from third to first in that second 500, and they're continuing to move on here and open up more of a clear water lead ahead of the chasing pack. It's Poland in second place at the moment. Got off to a slower start, similar to the Swedes, but they've now moved up and to second place, just ahead of the Ukrainian crew in third in lane 1. So very little between these, and the Estonians now doing well, putting on a push. The Estonians now coming back to challenge the Ukrainians for third place, and if anything, they're coming up to challenge the Poles as well. Just watching the 500 meters through, the crew from Sweden just going through, and really it's stroke for stroke, neck for neck. They're matching each other here from the crews from Estonia and from Poland, right beside each other. The Ukrainian stroke, just having a look over his shoulder there, Yurchenko, he's within striking distance as well of both of the Polish and Estonian crews and can go back and challenge them. Ukraine having a really great regatta so far, up in second place in the medal table. They want to continue the good run they've had at this European Championships and clock up those high placings. As Camilla was saying, the only crew at the moment out of the running, the Hungarian crew, quite a way back in fifth place at the moment, but all the running being done by the Swedish crew. Richter and Nehru really, they've taken control of the race in that middle 1,000 meters, and coming into view there, Pete, it's really going to be a race for second, third and fourth. The Estonians looking good at the moment, but never rule out Ukraine for a sprint finish.
Yeah, you called it a bang on there, Richie. I mean, Sweden, they were middle of the pack through the 500, but that middle 1,000, they've just rocketed to the lead. Nobody can touch them at the front of the field here. Question is, maybe they'll be gunning for the B final in a future event, because this is not where I'd have expected to find these guys. Estonia, though, trying to keep in second place as they all winded up for the finish here. We've got Ukraine going to 43 and absolutely punching it down on the tower side of the course.
Ja, prvo mesto se zdi oddano, torej v tem C-finalu moških dvojnih dvojcev. Šveda sta prešla čez ciljno črto kot prva.
There we have it. Sweden take the win ahead of Estonia for second. Third goes to Ukraine and fourth to Poland. And then coming in for fifth place, we have Hungary on the grandstand side of the course. So a great result for Sweden, winning the C final of the men's doubles. Next race then is our last C final. This one for the men's single sculls. We've got Kjetil Borch for Norway in lane 1, Brian Kolt for Ireland in 2, Canton Antonielli for Monaco in lane 3, Piotr Plominski of Poland in 4, Andre Pinto for Portugal in 5, and Bahman Naziri for Azerbaijan in lane 6.
Ja, Poljak je najbolje začel C-finale med moškimi enojci na progi 4 vesla, sicer pa tudi Norvežan na progi 1, pa potem še družba Irca, potem iz Monaka na progi 3 Antonielija, na progi 5 je Portugalec in pa na progi 6 Azerbajdžanec.
Well, I tell you what, Camilla, we were talking about surprises earlier. We found Kjetil Borch in a C final, and he's not leading it.
Yes, surprise after surprise here. I just don't think that Kjetil Borch of Norway is on the form that he was back through last season and last Olympiad. He's not too far off the pace, but it is Poland's Piotr Plominski that takes the honours of the lead on the run-up to that 1,000-metre timing marker, which will tick off the first half of this course. But not much to separate behind Plominski, if I'm being totally honest. It is then the Norwegian Borch that sits in second. He's got about 3/4 of a length, no, possibly half a length up on the Azerbaijan sculler, Bahman Naziri. But Naziri really hanging out there at the catch. He's really utilising those levers, and that's actually kind of pushing him up towards Bork that sits on the opposite side of the lake. They're contesting between lane 6 and lane 1 for that second space behind Poland. Then looking at the 4th place rider, that's Brian Kolsch of Ireland. We saw a great third 500 from him yesterday to move up the field. Perhaps we might see those fireworks once again. And then at the back here, a surprise to see perhaps Quentin Antognelli, who won his CD semi-final to move through into the C final, out in 5th place ahead of the Portuguese athlete Andre Pinto. But Piotr Plominski, a great run from him. He's at 36 strokes a minute. But Richie, I know that you're going to be keeping eyes on Brian Kolsch's fast finish here.
Yeah, the young 20-year-old Brian Kolsch, 15th at the World Championships last year, and he's looking to continue to build up his international CV. In the previous race, he was racing side by side with Kettle Borsch as well, got the better of him. And I know Liam Gorman, out here supporting the Irish and reporting on the Irish cruise as well, he was saying he got a great photograph of Kettle and Brian having a chat just when they finished their race. Youth and experience there, the 33-year-old Kettle Borsch in lane number 1 and Brian Kolsch of Ireland in lane 2. Doing all the running though, it is Plominski of Poland. He's the fastest out of the semi-finals that we saw to get into this final C, so it is going with form in lane 4 coming through. He's led from the start, led going through 500 and 1,000, and he's going to lead as well coming through to the last quarter of this race. Just coming through ahead of Azerbaijan Naziri in 2nd place. Brian Kolsch moving from 6th to 5th to 3rd. A very solid middle of the course race for Brian to move up and within striking distance of the 2nd place. In 4th place then we've Kettle Borsch right beside Kolsch of Ireland, and Pinto of Portugal. Had some great early round racing, so surprising not to see him up in the field and challenging for the leading spots. Monaco Sculler then back, a little bit of clear water back. He's in, and it's the same with the other fields, but going well out on the front still. It is Poland leading this one out ahead now of Azerbaijan, still holding on to 2nd, but Brian Kolsch of Ireland really putting on a push here. He's taking it up to 30 strokes per minute. The Naziri of Azerbaijan down at 33, so much lower rate compared to the Irish sculler, but the Azerbaijani sculler pushing on here and holding on to the 2nd place, but I'd say a charge from Kolsch of Ireland might see him come up to take 2nd. It's some way back to the rest of the field then. Portugal now moving up from 5th up into 4th place as well. So all eyes are probably going to be on Plominski coming in to take the win here, but a real battle between Ireland and Azerbaijan for 2nd place. Who's your money on, Pete, for this 2nd place in final C of the men's single sculls?
Kolsch has got it, I think. I mean, he's got the better boat speed. He's at 38. There's a response from Naziri going up to 37, but he's just not bringing the boat speed that Kolsch has got here. So Kolsch is moving up into 2nd, but here comes the fast sprinting Portuguese athlete Pinto to try and close in as well.
Ja, Poljak se je nakuhal in če že ni medalje, je pa saj zmaga v C-finalu, torej za Piotra Plominskega.
Piotr Plominski for Poland wins the C final of the men's single sculls ahead of Brian Kolsch of Ireland, who takes 2nd. Andre Pinto for Portugal, 3rd. Great performance from that 1, 2, 3. And then we had Batman Naziri of Azerbaijan and Kettle Borsch for Norway ahead of Quentin Antognelli for Monaco. Results just trickling through, but it was a great performance from Brian Kolsch in those closing couple of hundred meters. A real concerted push sees him move up to 2nd, just behind the winner of this C final, the Polish athlete Piotr Plominski.
Ja, v zadju je potekala borba za drugo mesto in na koncu je bil najbolj srečen v tem boju Irec, ki se je prebil na drugo mesto Brian Kolsch. Na 3. mestu pa je končal Portugalec Andre Pinto.
Well, that's the C and D finals done. So all that remains of the championships now are the B finals that we're about to get into, and then the A finals from 10:51. The next race then is the first of those B finals. It's the lightweight men's single sculls. Eduardo Sousa for Portugal's in lane 1, Oscar Söderdahl of Norway in 2, Lukasz Savicki for Poland in lane 3, Galambos Peter for Hungary in 4, and Zia Mamadzada for Azerbaijan in lane 5. Now they're just passing Camilla. Looks like a good race for Galambos here.
Yeah, it really is. And the former silver medalist at the World Championships back in 2019 in Linz, really demonstrating why he probably shouldn't be in this B final. Galambos Petter is striding out here, 35 strokes a minute. The lightweight dominant in his performance through this middle 1,000 meters and just continuing to run and run away from the rest of the scullers in the field. Much tighter battle though for second between Łukasz Sawicki of Poland and Eduardo Sousa of Portugal, along with the Norwegian that just slides out ahead there, Oscar Sadal. But it's then fairly spread back to Mamadzada of Azerbaijan. But in an absolute race of his own, it's Galambos Petter of Hungary, the World Championship silver medalist from Linz, that is just really owning the lake here in Bled. It's then second place toe-to-toe between Norway and Poland. But this is all about Galambos Petter of Hungary, Richie.
Race out here. He's got one of the nicest boats as well. I've watched it and taken some photos down in the boat park when the bow of his boat, a beautiful geometric shape of a bird with the flag of Hungary as well. Galambos, great to see him. As I was saying, he's a nicknamed Little Pigeon is some of the details he gave us in advance of this race. Hopefully those doesn't have the lungs of a side of a pigeon, because he's really taking control of the race here in the final B. Unlucky not to make it into the final, so he's looking to establish dominance over the field here and really set himself up for the rest of the regatta season ahead of us. So really clear water now, back to the Polish sculler in second place, about 3.5, 4 lengths, and then again further back of a length and a half to the Norwegian sculler, who's just putting on a big squeeze, coming through 500 to go down to the last quarter. It's do or die for these rowers to try get the positions in beyond final 8. We also have the Azerbaijani sculler then ahead of Portugal. Sousa for Portugal in lane 1. Looks like he's just taking the foot off the gas there a little bit, had a glance over his shoulder, and he's just taking it home, but not in contention. The Azerbaijani sculler doing his best to push on as they come down to the last 250 to go. Peak great rowing here from Galambos Petter, sorry. Unusual not to see him in the A final, but a real dominant display here.
Yeah, he's led right from the start, and he's the real class act out there on the water. Just ticking it over 34 strokes a minute, and he's got the best boat speed to match. So a really competent and powerful athlete from Hungary. The field really rather spread out now. Sawicki comfortably in second place. They're coming into the red buoys now. I wonder if we'll see any discernible sprint finishers. It's the most exciting place to watch a small boats final is the last 200 meters. I always say go and watch 8s up at the start, although the men's 8 final yesterday would prove me entirely wrong. But the small boats finishers, so much can change. You can close down 6, 7 lengths in just 150 meters. I'm not sure we're going to see that quite in this B final here, but an amazing performance nonetheless from Galambos Petter of Hungary, coming in to cross the line to win this B final of the lightweight men's singles.
Prvi B finale se končuje, lahki moški enojci so na vodi, zmagovalec tega B finala in končno 7. mesto na letošnjem evropskem prvenstvu pa za Petra Galambosa iz Mađarske.
Galambos takes the win ahead of Sawicki, then Sodal, then Sousa. That's the 1, 2, 3, 4, and then coming in the last couple of strokes, Mamadzada for Azerbaijan to take 5th. That was the B final of the lightweight men's singles. Now we've got the B final for the lightweight women's singles. We've got Dora Dragicevic for Croatia in lane 1, Oda Egerson for Norway in 2, Jessica Sobocinska for Poland in 3, Olivia Bates of Great Britain in 4, Aurélie Morizot for France in 5, and Fehervari Esther for Hungary in lane 6.
Na hitro obsvežimo spomin, katere so v B finalu lahkih ženskih enojcev. Na progi 1 Hrvaška, na progi 2 Norveška, na progi 3 Poljska, na progi 4 Velika Britanija, na progi 5 Francija in na progi 6 Mađarska.
Well, they're coming up towards 900 metres in. Soboczinska, Morozov and Bates trading places at the front for the leadership of this B final of the lightweight women's singles. Being a B final, they're contesting places 7 through 12 in the championship rankings. And we've got 3 absolutely level passing you, Camilla.
Yeah, racing at its absolute best, I think, when we've got level single sculls. And as we go through this halfway point, it really has been a trade of places. It was Aurélie Morozov of France that initially took the initiative to get out in front. But since then, it's changed several times with both Soboczinska of Poland and Liv Bates of Great Britain wanting to get in on the action for the lead in the B final to take 7th place overall at this European Championships. Liv Bates now starting to push through a slightly different strategy to previous races where she's gone out hard and then found herself being rode through in the final stages. A little bit more patience from her today, the British athlete, to start to take her move now in this third 500 metres. And that move has worked really well. She's managed to separate herself away from Morozov of France, but not letting her get away. Jessica Soboczinska of Poland, she's really gunning for that 7th place overall. So it's Great Britain and Poland leading the way in this lightweight women's single scull B final. Morozov in danger of getting dropped there in 3rd position, but a nice buffer back to the race for 4th. At the moment, that's being held between Argason of Norway and Ferrovari Esther of Hungary. And then also over on the far side, Dora Dragicevic of Croatia clinging on there with a small amount of overlap on the Hungarian. But we move now into the final stages, the sprinting stages. And my word, it looks like we still can't really choose between Poland and Great Britain, Richie.
Yeah, just 2 meters separating Great Britain and Poland as they come up to the last quarter of this race, coming through 500. Liv Bates there having a really solid middle of the course, doing enough just to get out into the lead. The 2 of these scullers with a little bit of clear water then back to Norway and France. There's a perfect chevron of rowing coming down. There's some great overshots, I think, of this race, which show the centre of the course with all the action in lanes 3 and 4. Poland and Great Britain, pushing each other on here. Liv Bates from Great Britain just trying to open up a lead and get a little bit more ahead, but the Polish sculler will need to stay in touch coming down. There's less than half a length separating them. They've got their clear water buffer then back to Norway and to France. Aurélie Morozov of France in 3rd place, just ahead of Oda Agensen of Norway, and then again in turn clear water back to Croatia and Hungary. So a really exciting finish here. We've seen so far that the last 200-300 meters the lead can change, especially in these small boats. In a matter of a couple of strokes we can see a charge being put on and the lead changing in these positions. So final B of the lightweight women's single sculls, it's still Liv Bates leading it out here ahead of Soboczinska of Poland. They're the 1 and 2. And really it's going to come down to who can hold out and put on that finish. The Great British sculler Liv Bates up at 36 strokes per minute, probably going to push for the line now. The Polish sculler down at 34, so we're expecting to see a sprint finish coming from her now. And Pete, coming in for you, can Liv Bates hold on to the lead here in the lightweight women's single sculls?
Oh, it's going to be a tough question, that one, to answer, Richie, because we now start to see Soboczinska just raising the rating ever so slightly, now matching Liv Bates stroke for stroke coming into the last 200 metres. Not much separating them. It's down to less than half a length as we come into this. Now 150. Soboczinska's raised the rating again. She's at 36, drawing level with Bates.
Ja, spremljamo dvoboj za zmago v tem B-finalu med Jessico Soboczinsko in pa Olivijo Bates, katera bo imela več moči. Zaenkrat kaže dobro na britansko zmago.
Bates still just out in front by the smallest of margins. We're down to the last 50 metres in this B final of the lightweight women's singles, passing the grandstand, and there's nothing to split these two. The sprint is on. Soboczinska at 39, Bates at 37. I think Soboczinska's just going to clinch it. Soboczinska takes the win, perhaps half a metre ahead of Liv Bates for Great Britain, who takes 2nd. And then coming in for 3rd, we have Morozov for France, ahead of Agerson for Norway by a length. And then 2 lengths of clear water back, we have Dragicevic for Croatia coming in for 5th place. And then in 6th place, Ferrovari for Hungary.
Ja, napeto je bilo v dvoboju med Poljakinjo in pa Britanko. Na koncu je Poljakinja nekoliko popustila in spustila naprej Olivijo Bates, ki se takole veseli 7. mesta na Evropskem prvenstvu.
Well, that was an exciting conclusion to the lightweight women's singles B final. Next up then, we've got the B final for the PR2 mixed double. It's a two-boat race just approaching halfway. Silvia Piles-Depart and Paul Umbach for Germany in lane 1. Veronika Plebani and Gianfilippo Mirabile for Italy in lane 2.
Ja, popravek, torej Poljakinja je zmagovalka prejšnjega boja, zdaj pa finale B para mešanih dvojnih dvojcev, dvoboj med Nemčijo in Italijo.
Just passing the 1,000, a commanding lead here for Italy.
Indeed, a commanding lead here for Italy, which must give the combination much confidence. Mirabile and Plebani of Italy have got around about 2.5, 3 lengths as they go through 1,000 metres. Probably what you'd expect, given that the silver medalist from the PR2 men's single sculls in the stroke seat, Gianfilippo Mirabile, is setting the pace here. And they look really strong through the drive phase, this Italian duo, which I think is just unlocking that extra bit of boat speed for them ahead of the Germans. But the Germans still keeping the rating nice and high. They're overrating the Italians by 1 pip. They're over 37 strokes a minute to Italy's 36. And certainly wanting to press ahead to get the best time that they possibly can in this B final of the European Championships of the PR2 mixed double sculls. But the Italians, I'm sure, would have been a little bit miffed to have missed the A final in this event that will be taking place later on today. But still setting the pace here in the run out for places 7 and 8 here on Lake Bled, and they'll be coming into sight of Ritchie with about 600 metres to go.
Thanks, Camilla. Yeah, I was going to form here because the Italians were the fastest going by time in the repechages that we had, about 20 seconds ahead of the German crew. So that's exactly what we're seeing out on the water as well. As you were saying, the Italians very unlucky to not qualify directly into the A final. They were in contention for the qualifying spot, but a sprint finish from the Irish crew saw them move up to take the final spot that was available to move into the A final. So Plebani in the bow seat for Italy, Mirabile in the stroke seat. They're doing what we've seen with a lot of the crews here. They want to establish their dominance in these B finals so that they can set themselves up nicely for the remaining season, get that higher ranking, even just a confidence boost to know that a place in the A final is just a few strokes away for them. So it'll be interesting to see how the rest of the season plays out. They're here now just coming through 500 metres ahead of the German crew, Piles-Depart in the bow seat, Umbach in the stroke seat. A bit of an age difference between the two in the German crew, youth and experience again, but doing really good job here of trying to stay in touch with the Italian crew in the final B of the PR2 mixed doubles. They're pushing on now as well, coming through the 500 metre mark. Different techniques and different styles for the two crews. A lower rate from the Italian crew, the German crew rating that bit higher, and shorter, catchier strokes pushing the boat along. But really nice rowing from both crews coming in towards the enclosure shortly. Clear water between them in this final B. So the Italians looking in full control here of the race. And I'm sure they'll get plenty of encouragement from the crowd there. Always good to see a two-boat race. And when we get into the finish, we might see a sprint on for the Germans. They're taking the rate up now. The finish line is going to be in sight. But really, Pete, unlucky for the Italians not to make it into the final, pipped for that qualifying spot by the Irish. But they're out here now dominating this B final of the mixed doubles.
Yeah, and they're doing so well. Straight there by Gianfilippo Mirabile, born on the 10th of March, 1968. You might have thought he was one of the oldest athletes competing in the European Championships, but he's beaten by Silvia Piles-Depart, who's in the other boat right now, who was born in 1967. So amazing to see these athletes still competing at the top of their field. They're in the B final here for the PR2 mixed double sculls, just fast approaching the grandstand area. Looks like it's going to be a commanding win for Italy, which would earn them 7th place in the European Rowing Championship rankings for 2023.
Ja, mladost in izkušenost gresta dobro skupaj in to dokazujeta Italijana Plebani in pa Mirabile, ki zdajle suvereno veslata proti zmagi v B-finalu, torej dobivata ta dvoboj z nemško posadko.
Last few strokes then, and we're going to see Veronica Yoko Plebani and Gianfilippo Mirabile of Italy take the win in this B final, earning themselves that 7th rank in the championship rankings. They're crossing the line here with 3 to 4 lengths of clear water ahead of Pille Stepart and Umbach for Germany. Next race on the course then is the B final for the men's 4. 5 boats lining up here for places 7 through 11 in the championship rankings. Austria in lane 1, Ireland in 2, Ukraine in 3, Germany in 4 and Italy in lane 5.
Nemška posadka med moškimi četverci v B-finalu prevzema pobudo v teh prvih metrih, sicer pa v družbi Avstrije na progi 1, na progi 2, Irska na progi 3, Ukrajina, potem nemška posadka in potem še na progi 5 Italija.
Coming up through 650 metres, Germany out in front by perhaps half a length now. Ukraine trying to close in, and the rest of the boats pretty much level, trailing behind. Not much separating them as they come up towards sight of halfway, but it's a good start here, Camilla, for Germany. Sönke Kruse setting a great rhythm. They'll be tough to haul in, but if anybody's going to do it, Ukraine look like they're in the best place.
Yeah, and Richie's already mentioned about what a wonderful European Championships the Ukrainian team are having. So a win here in the B final of the men's 4 would just continue that steady showing of lots of positive results here for Team Ukraine, which, given the circumstances, absolutely commendable stuff here. But the Germans at the moment are taking the honours for the first spot here in the B final. They're up at 38 strokes a minute. Sönke Kruse setting that pace for them, and they've got around about 3/4 of a length, almost stretching to a length here at halfway over Ukraine, who are being put under immense pressure by the surrounding crews. Not much to choose between behind Germany, so Germany just really trying to push out and lose the overlapping crews here. They can't quite manage it, they can't quite snap that elastic, and choosing this moment to move, it's the Italians, Nunzio Di Colandria in the stroke seat here for Italy. 3 of this crew were 8th in the European Championships in Munich last year, so wanting to better that result. So if they can push themselves up from 2nd up to 1st alongside Germany, that would see them in 7th place overall. But at risk here of replicating that 8th place result, they sit in 2nd now ahead of Ukraine, who sit in 3rd. They picked up a bronze at the first World Cup of the season, this Ukrainian crew, so they've slipped down the rankings somewhat since Zagreb, but still holding 3rd. Is then Ireland, that young gun crew that have come up from the under-23s to contest now on the senior level. They ride in 4th position ahead of Austria, but what a great race here for the Germans, Richie.
Yeah, they're in full control coming down to the last quarter of the race here and centre of the course as well. They can look left and right, see what challenges are coming their way and react instantly. They have let some of the crews do their little pushes, and you can see their squeeze coming back on the boat where they re-establish their lead. But down to the last quarter now, the Ukrainian crew are pushing on here with the Italians, high-rating Italians up at 39-40 strokes per minute. Currently in 2nd place, the Ukrainians pushing them on and taking the Irish with them as well. The Irish coming up now to they're side by side with the Ukrainians, and that's going to push them on. It's just a little bit further back to the Austrian crew, who are a little bit off the pace here, but all about the Germans. But as I tell you what, down to the last quarter, it's going to be really tough between these crews from Italy and from Ukraine and from Ireland, second, third and fourth, all up for grabs here as the crews start bringing the rate up. The Italians now got up into 41.2 strokes per minute, Austria up at 40, the Irish now going up at 39.40 strokes per minute. So the sprint finishes on good and early here, Pete, and all to play for. Germans dominating here, but I tell you what, these three crews going for second, third and fourth, they might get that overlap and push all the way to the line.
Yeah, this is brilliant. Here come Ireland. They're at 39, Ukraine at 41, but Ireland making the better of it. They're moving up through Ukraine. The question is, can they haul in the fast-moving Italians on the grandstand side? Nearly call it a bandstand, Richie. The grandstand side of the course, but Italy are up to 45 and might reel in the Germans.
Obeta se nam še en zanimiv zaključek. Nemca sicer večino proge v vodstvu, ampak poglejte tamle Italijana, kako pospešujeta, pa v ozadju dvoboj med Irsko in pa potem ukrajinsko posadko.
Here we go. Look at this. Italy drawing up on Germany. I think Germany might just cling on to it. And then Ukraine and Ireland, that battle for third. This is going to be a really tight one in this B final for the men's four. Germany hold on to it. Half a canvas on Italy, then a quarter of a length back to Ukraine, who have a canvas on Ireland. That all tightened right up towards the end of that race. And then fifth place, we have Austria. Super performance from Germany, holding on to that lead despite that rapid charge from Italy.
Ja, še en B-finale, kot bi ga režiral sloviti Hitchcock. Nemčija za 31 sekunde pred Italijo na koncu zmaga, torej za nemško posadko, na tretjem mestu pa potem Ukrajina.
Next up then is time for the B final of the women's pair. Anna Prochuzka and Barbara Jehorek for Poland in lane 1. Georgia Palaci and Veronika Bumbacha for Italy in 2. Radka Novotnikova and Pavlina Flamikova for Czech Republic in lane 3. Imogen Magna and Natalie Long for Ireland in 4. Josephine Cornu d'Anjou and Pauline Rossignol for France in lane 5.
B-finale ženskih dvojcev je zdaj le na vrsti. Na progi 1 poljska posadka, na progi 2 Italija, na progi 3 Češka, na progi 4 Irska, na progi 5 pa Francija. No, v spredju teh prvih metrih pa češka posadka.
Coming up towards 800 metres in, the Czech Republic are just about to lose the lead to Italy if the last 50 or so metres is anything to go by. And Ireland not far off the pace either, perhaps a canvas down on that challenge for the front of the field. Over to you, Camilla.
Thanks, Pete. Yeah, this is shaping up to be just as an exciting a race as we've seen throughout many of the minor finals this morning. It's been keeping us on our toes here in the commentary team, but a close race here between last year's 7th place finishers at their home World Championships from the Czech Republic, Novotnikova and Flamikova, but they are under heavy pressure here from the Italians who sit just there right here out on the course. The Italians at 37, the Czech Republic here at 36. Boat speeds absolutely matched, and so the Czech Republic holding at this moment in time, half a canvas in it as they move through to halfway. Ireland, the next challengers along the course, they in turn are about half a length off the race for first, and this new combination, Natalie Long, a late addition to the pairing to join Imogen Magna for Ireland, are pushing on to try and close in on the Czech Republic, tag teaming with the Italians who sit on the other side. It's then France that sit in fourth position. Another athlete that's come from a coastal background, Josephine Cornu d'Anjou in the bow seat. The athlete that's used to rowing on both flat water and coastals, I'm sure will come in handy here on Lake Bled. And she looks across to see that they still sit in front of one boat, and that is Poland over in lane number 1 that sit in 5th. But that race up at the front of the field, the Czech Republic saw the punches being thrown at them from Italy. They saw the punches being thrown at them from Ireland, and they have responded. They've pushed back out. They've asserted their authority on this lead of the B final, and they've said no thank thank you to all of the challenges coming from either side. Ireland now starting to really ratchet up the rating. They're up at 38 strokes a minute, and they've closed that gap again following the Czech Republic's response, Richie.
Really close race coming down to the last quarter here. The wind has picked up slightly in this middle part of the course where it opens up either side, so a little bit of a crosswind. My long flowing mane of hair is blowing in the wind as I watch this women's pairs race coming down to the last 500. The Irish crew putting on a big push here now up at 38 strokes per minute, and it's actually the Irish who've moved into the lead. So Ireland now just putting on a very good push over the last 100 150 metres to take the lead from the Czech Republic, who've led over the first 2, 3 and 4 sections of this race now coming down. So the Irish crew, what a nice push from them to move out, and they've just opened up a little bit of a clear water lead. It'll be interesting to see what the Czech Republic can do. Can they respond? They in turn have just a little bit of clear water over the Italians. They're the 1, 2 and 3, some way back then to France, again ahead of the crew from Poland, but really good 500 there from the Irish crew. Imogen Magner in the bow seat, back in the Irish setup now, having been rowing in the UK for a while with Leander. Natalie Long, very experienced, dishing it out there in the stroke seat, and a really good race from them to move into the lead, coming into the last quarter, and they're continuing to move away from the rest of the field, up at 37, 38 strokes per minute. They're continuing to pull away from the Czech Republic and the Italian crew, so it's opening up here with the last 250 to go. Pete, really impressive from this Irish pair.
Yeah, that third 500 was really big for them. They moved from third to first, and they've got the best boat speed. They're up at 37. Novotnikova, Flamikova for the Czech Republic are going to try and close that down now. They've gone up to 37 as well, only matching the Irish for boat speed. So they'll go up another pip just as I say it, and we'll see whether that closes down. Looking comfortable for third place, though. Pilacci and Bumbaka for Italy, currently riding in third.
Ja, irska naveza Magnar Long je res pripravila izjemen finiš v tej drugi polovici proge in se prebila v vodstvo. Čehinji sedaj poskušata nazaj prevzeti vodstvo, ki sta ga imeli ob začetku, ampak irska posadka je že kar ima lepo prednost pred Čehinjama.
Novotnikova and Flamikova are up at 40. They're closing down. They've got overlap with Ireland into the last 20 or 30 metres. But Magner and Long for Ireland, they're good for the win here. Last couple of strokes, they cross the line, winning the B final of a women's pair. Half a length ahead of the Czech Republic. We then got nearly 2 lengths of clear water back to Italy for third. They crossed the line nearly 2 lengths up on France, coming in for fourth place, and then perhaps 2 lengths back again to Poland for fifth. So those were places 7 through 11 in the European Rowing Championship rankings for 2023. Well, an exciting conclusion to the women's pair. We've next got the B final for the men's pair. Just fast approaching halfway, we've got Florian Ludwig and Armand Pfister for France in lane 1, Victor Habel and Michal Szpakowski for Poland in lane 2, Abi Wiersma and Guillaume Kromenhoek for the Netherlands in 3, Frederick Vistavel and Joachim Sutton for Denmark in 4, David Comini and Giovanni Kodato of Italy in 5, and Patrick Lončarič and Anton Lončarič of Croatia in lane 6.
Nizozemska posadka prevzema pobudo v prvih metrih moških dvojcev v B-finalu.
Well, we're going to jump straight to it. What's the story, Camilla?
The story all about the Dutch here at the moment. Abi Wiersma and Guillaume Kromenhoek, 3/4 a length ahead of the Olympic bronze medalists in Denmark. The Danish, of course, containing the amazing Joachim Sutton in the stroke seat, who's training currently for a 5,000-kilometre row across the Pacific Ocean, which will be shortly departing for ahead of the World Championship. So amazing for him and Freddie Vistavel to be here. They're sitting 3/4 of a length down in second place in this B final on the Dutch, but clear water ahead of whoever's chasing for third. And I can update you that that is currently Comini and Cadado of the Italian crew that sit in that third place. But they're fighting hard against Poland. Szabel and Szpakowski are also right in the running for third. But I suspect we're going to see some more here from the Danish to challenge the Netherlands, Richie.
Yeah, it does look like they might have a gear change left in them coming down to the last 500 metres. Very little between all of the crews overlapping at the lead here in the men's pair B final. These, again, similar to all the B finals that we've seen, they're looking to get that high ranking place for the remaining season, especially with World Cup 2, 3 and the World Championships coming up as well. Coming through 500, it's still the Netherlands crew, fastest so far out of the semi-finals that we had seen, leading it out. They've just half a length lead over the Danish crew, so very little between the two, and it's going to come down to a sprint finish. Just a roar there out of the bowman in the Netherlands boat to get a response and try hold on to the lead that they've opened up, but Denmark really are on the charge here. The fastest moving boat out on the water, taking up to 38 strokes per minute. The Netherlands now raising it up again, 38, and trying to match them. They're just about holding off with very little between the two, but it's pushing them away then from the chasing pack, being led by the Polish crew now getting the better of Italy over the last 150 metres. They in turn then are ahead of Croatia and France. So all of the action is in a perfect chevron coming down towards the finish. And Pete, I'm telling you, get that photo finish camera ready, because the Dutch are not going to have it all the way here. The Danish crew continuing to push them all the way to the line.
Yeah, they're really creeping back stroke by stroke, 40 strokes a minute, and it's back perhaps down to a canvas as we enter the red buoy. So the sprint is on. Sutton and Vistavel doing everything they can to close in on Wiersma and Krummenhoek. It's going to come down to this last 150 metres. I can't see anybody else getting in contention for the win in this B final.
Ja, Nizozemca sta še vedno v ospredju, ampak na repu imata dansko posadko, bronasto tudi na olimpijskih igrah.
Well, the response is big from the Dutch. They're up at 40, but the Danes go again. They go to 42 to try and push through, but I think they're going to run out of water. The Dutch hold on to it, a canvas ahead of the Danes. That's the 1-2. Third place, it's close. It's Italy just a nose ahead of Croatia for third and fourth. Fifth place then is Poland, a length and a half up on France for sixth.
Ja, še en zanimiv dvoboj med nizozemsko in pa dansko posadko. Na koncu sta Nizozemca vendarle uspela stisniti dovolj moči za zmago v tem B-finalu, 75 stotink sekunde pred Dancema.
So next up then, we have the B final for the women's double sculls. We've got Fabienne Schweitzer and Lisa Lurcher for Switzerland in lane 1. Diana Serebrianska and Yevgenia Dovodko for Ukraine in 2. Kyra Edwards and Saskia Budget of Great Britain in lane 3. Stefania Boutignon and Clara Guerra for Italy in lane 4. And then completing our field in lane 5 for the Czech Republic, Mikala Pospizilova and Alice Prokesova.
Preletimo startno listo B-finala ženskih dvojnih dvojcev. Na progi 1 Švica, na progi 2 Ukrajina, na progi 3 Velika Britanija, na progi 4 Italija in na progi 5 Češka.
Passing through 800, Ukraine out in front, not by the biggest of margins, flanked on either side by Switzerland, Great Britain, and the Italians just a further lane over. They're going to be hard pushed to break away from this chasing pack. But Camilla, tell us, what's it looking like?
Still looking very close here in this B final of the women's double sculls, and lots of talent here in this field. The Ukrainians again will repeat what a great regatta that Ukraine are having, and Serebrianska and Dovodko are just edging out by a canvas or so ahead of the Swiss over on the far side. Schweitzer and Lecce, of course, doubled up into the quad yesterday and completed that final. So this being their last race of the weekend here to try and finish off in style in the B final of the women's double scull. They ride in second, but closely followed by Edwards and Budget from Great Britain. They in turn also very closely followed by Boutignon and Guerra of Italy. Perhaps just the Czech Republic here that not showing too much pace through the 1,000 metres to keep up with our race leaders. But a great start here for Ukraine. Now, Ukraine starting to slip back, and Switzerland now taking the honours of top spot in this B final from lane number 1. So they're going to be really trying to feel the race from all the way over on the far side. Very difficult when you're not in those middle lanes to try and pitch yourself against the rest of the field, but they've managed to do it. They're up at 34 strokes a minute. Schweitzer and Lecce already with an A final in their legs. What can they do here in this women's double B final? But they're moving now, and they'll be super close to Richie on the island at 500.
Thanks, Camilla. Great to see that the action is over on this side of the course, with Switzerland and Ukraine leading this one out. The lead has changed, as you said, a number of times. Coming into the last 500 there, we saw Ukraine and Switzerland change the lead. Italy and GB as well, changing 4 positions, 3 and 4. So all to play for in the small boats. A couple of strokes can see all of the difference between the crews. And coming up with 500 metres to go, these crews using the scenery here as an inspiration on beautiful Lake Bled to power through the 500-metre mark. And it is the Swiss crew still leading it out, but the Italians now coming up and raising it up to 38 strokes per minute and looking to come back, leading it out. It's the Swiss crew nearest to me here in lane 1, the Italians in lane 4, about a canvas half a length between them, and then just back to the crew from GB. They're all lifting it here now. The Ukrainians, big strong finish on the Ukrainians, trying to lift their boat and get back into contention. The only crew out of it, as Camilla was saying, the Czech Republic, Clearwater, back to them. So 4 boats in contention here, but the Swiss crew in the second half of the race opened up their lead, and they continue to move away here now ahead of the Italians. But the Italians raising it up now to 40 strokes per minute. The Italians coming back at the Swiss crew, and then it is going to be between GB in third at the moment, getting the better of the Ukraine, coming in with 2:50 to go. The Swiss are going, but I tell you what, Pete, the Italians are on a charge.
Yeah, it looks really good, this, but I tell you what, Switzerland are in a league of their own here. They're slicing through this. They slice through this field like a knife through butter. They just have so much talent in that boat. They've moved from 4th up into 1st now, so they're out in front by an ocean of clear water on this beautiful Lake Bled. Now coming through into the red buoys, and I wonder whether GB may have overcooked this, as there's not much to separate Italy from Switzerland, who are coming up to be bow ball for bow ball and having a bit of a ding-dong at the front here. They'll likely run out of water for the Italians to try and move up through Switzerland. Is the response going to be there from the Swiss? They've gone to 42.
Ja, Italijanki sta v teh zadnjih metrih prestavili v najvišjo prestavo. Kako bosta pa na to odgovorili Švicarki? Ali ima bosta prepustili tole zmago ali ne?
Well, that's it across the line. Switzerland and Italy. What a performance from Switzerland, coming back from 4th all the way to the front of the field by the 1,000. They absolutely sliced and diced their way through that field in that second 500. An amazing performance from them. Italy, a valiant charge to try and get back, and they got into 2nd place, down by only 0.6 of a second. A brilliant performance from Great Britain, coming back from 4th to take 3rd ahead of Ukraine for 4th, and then 5th place, Czech Republic.
Ja, kakšne borbe spremljamo tukaj na Blejskem jezeru. Izjemna predstava Švicark, pa tudi Italijank. Kakšna napoved za A finala, ki se nam obetajo malce kasneje. Mi pa gremo naprej s finali B.
Next race now, coming down the course, fast approaching halfway. It's the men's double sculls B final. Alexander Filipovic and Alexander Bejic for Serbia in lane 1. Hugo Boucheron and Mathieu Androdias for France in 2. Mark Weber and Jonas Gelson for Germany in 3. Florian Arteni and Ciprian Tudosa for Romania in lane 4. Cyril Vysotsky-Sestakov and Ivan Korsunov for Moldova in 5. And Armandas Kelmelis and Giedrius Beliauskas for Lithuania in lane 6. Now, they've already passed halfway, so we'll jump straight to the action with Camilla.
Thanks, Pete. Well, it was all about Moldova to start off with this race, but I fear that I may be talking about a crew with a similar colour combination here in Romania, who have taken the last 20 strokes and decided to up the boat speed. They're at 38 strokes a minute, and they are beginning to show in that first position. But the surprise of this European regatta, the world and Olympic champions not leading out this B final, not making the A final, Boucheron and Androrias in lane number 2, currently sitting in 3rd position here. They're going toe-to-toe with Lithuania. Kalmelis in the bow seat there will just be able to glance a look at the French Olympic champions to their right. But this is all about Moldova and Romania right at the front of the field, exchanging bow balls as they go. Moldova now at 36 strokes a minute and firing towards the final 500 metres.
Exciting race here. There's some crews, you can hear them cheering on probably in the background, cheering on these competitors in the men's double sculls. As you were saying there, Camilla, the crews from Romania, they've gone from 3rd to 2nd to 1st and coming up to 500 metre mark. They look in control here, having a great second 500 into the 3rd 500 and now transitioning that into the last quarter of the race here. But they only have a canvas lead over the crew from Moldova in 2nd place. The French in 3rd again, just by about half a length of a canvas over the Germans, and the crew from Lithuania nearest to the grandstand. And the only crew just a little bit further off than the Serbian crew nearest to me in lane number 1. A really exciting last 400, 500 metres where the lead has changed with the Romanians moving up. France on a charge now, as you were saying, unusual to see them not in the A final. They've gone from 5th to 4th to 3rd, and they're now pushing up to come into contention for the lead against the Romanians. They've passed out the crew from Moldova now, so the France crew, Boucheron and Androdias, really on a charge here, coming up with 250 metres to go. I think they might run out of water, but they're pushing all the way up to 38, 37 strokes per minute. And Pete, the Romanians have responded up at 42 strokes per minute, coming in with 250 to go. Can they hold off the French?
Yeah, powerful push here from the Romanians, 42 strokes a minute, and they're holding out ahead of the French. This is another surprise here. Boucheron and Androdia struggling to be at the front of the field in this B final for the men's double. The Olympic champions holding back in 2nd place and could well get moved through by Germany's Weber and Gelson into the last 50 or so meters.
Ja, veliko presenečenje, že sama uvrstitev v B finale olimpijskih in pa svetovnih prvakov Francozov, zdaj pa šele na 3. mestu.
Romania good for the win, and then coming in for 2nd place, it's France, just under a canvas on Germany, who have a canvas up over on Moldova. And then a bit too tight for me to call there for Serbia and Lithuania across the line. We'll wait for the official result to split them in this B final, but the performance there was all about Romania, coming back from 3rd to then lead across the line, winning the B final for the men's doubles.
Ja, Francoza sta vendarle uspela iztržiti vsaj 2. mesto v tem B finalu, sicer pa zmaga za Romunijo, na 3. mestu pa potem Nemčija.
Next race already coming down the course. It's the B final now for the men's single sculls. We've got Nikolai Pimenov for Serbia in lane 1. We were due to have Petivari Molnar for Hungary in 2, but he's had to withdraw for medical reasons. So we look to lane 3, where we have the Belgian Tim Brace, and then David Mumolo for Italy in lane 4, Damir Martin for Croatia in 5, and Gonzalo Garcia Ferrero for Spain in lane 6.
Ja, počasi se približujemo naslednjemu slovenskemu nastopu. Takoj po moških enojcih bodo na sporedu torej ženske v enojcih v finalu B z našo Nino Kostanšek, ampak najprej moški. Na progi 1 Srbija, na progi 3 potem Belgija, proga 4 Italija, proga 5 Hrvaška in pa na progi 6 še Španija.
Well, they're through 800. Pimenov out in front by just over a length. Looks like he might well be running away with this one, Camilla.
Yeah, Pimenov has had a great start to this season. The Serbian athlete is leading out this race. He's at 33 strokes a minute, nice and contained here. He's also trying to pitch himself currently against the likes of Damir Martin, the Olympic silver medalist from Rio, but making light work at the moment of such big names. He's sitting a length up on Tim Brace of the Belgian team, who is plugging away here, just starting to get overlap as we move through 1,000 meters. Boat speed looking fairly similar to the Serbian Pimenov, and these two in turn about a length and a quarter up on Italy's Davide Mumolo. But Damir Martin, well, it's not the best of performances for him here at this European Championships. He's down the pecking order here in fourth position. Of course, with the absence of Petivari, Molnar, Bendegush, only 5 athletes here contesting this B final for places 7 through 11. But Pimenov, he's out there on his own in lane 1. More action coming from lane 1. Unexpected here in these finals. But Tim Brace also trying to use the Serbian to race against here into the final stages. Richie's going to be pretty pleased. We've got more leaders over in lane 1.
Yeah, great to see. I'm sure he's feeling a little bit lonely out there in lane 1. Pimenov of Serbia with no one on the inside. I can see every now and again he does glance over his left side just to see where the crews are. He's done well to open up the lead, but just in the last couple of strokes, Tim Brace of Belgium has moved into the lead. So with you can see this in these small boats. Within 2 or 3 strokes, the lead can change, especially if any boat has an overlap. A little push can see them move into the lead. So Belgium here ahead of the Serbian in second place, Pimenov, and then also the Italian sculler Momolo in a third. Very little between second and third, and if anything, the Italian now is moving in ahead. Back then to the Spanish sculler in fourth place ahead of Croatia in fifth. So they're just coming through the 500, and we're looking to see now, can the Serbian Pimenov respond to the challenge that came there from Brace too. So moving into just about 3/4 of a length lead ahead of the Italian, now moving into second. So it does look like Pimenov, that first half of the race has taken a lot out of him. He's glancing over again to see where the competitors are, and he needs to move now if he's going to get back into contention. And we saw Davide Momolo of Italy. We saw the sprint finish he turned on in the previous race to move up in the rankings over the last 200 or 300 meters, and that's exactly what he's trying to do now. Put a lot of pressure on the Belgian sculler. They're matching each other stroke rate for stroke rate, 36 strokes per minute with very little between them, and it's the Italian on the charge here. So Pete, similar to the way we saw earlier in the races, Momolo with this amazing sprint finish now putting increased pressure on the Belgian sculler.
Yeah, an amazing sprint finish here. I tell you what, if there was any nationality chasing me into a sprint finish, I wouldn't want it to be the Italians. They just have a knack for the sprint finish. And this is what we're seeing from David Momolo now starting to draw up level with the Belgian Tim Brace. They're both at 38 strokes a minute. It's going to come down to this last 200 meters, and anything can happen when it comes to singles in the sprint finish.
Italijan Momolo močno pritiska na vodilnega Belgijca Brisa. Ali bo uspelo Italijanu v teh zadnjih metrih prehiteti Belgijca? Srb je nekoliko zaostal v boju za 3. mesto in zdaj prevzema to 3. mesto Španec.
We're into the last 100 meters and they're absolutely level, both at 40 strokes a minute, nothing to split them at this stage. And getting into the action then, we've also got the Spaniard, Garcia Ferrero, on the grandstand side. He's got overlap. We could see this change around. There we go. There goes Momolo. Last couple of massive strokes. He's in rocket to half a length up. He's going to hold it across the line, half a length ahead of Brace, and then a length back to Garcia Ferrero. That's the 1, 2, 3 in the B final for the men's singles. 4th place goes to Pimenov of Serbia. And coming in for 5th place, we have Damir Martin for Croatia.
Izjemna predstava za Davida Momola, ki je na koncu prišel do zmage v finalu B, prehitel vodilnega Belgijca dotedaj in pa izjemen finiš tudi za Španca Garcia Ferrera. Takole, zdaj pa slovenski navijači, zdaj je čas, da spet pripravite navijaške rekvizite, kajti na štartu je naša Nina Kostanšek na progi 3. V finalu B se bo borila med ženskimi enojci, da osvoji vsaj 7. mesto.
Next race then is the last B final of our championship weekend. The championship B final now for the women's single sculls. We've got Evangelia Fraku for Greece in lane 1, Lenka Luksova for the Czech Republic in lane 2, Nina Kostanisek for Slovenia in 3, Fie Udby Eriksson of Denmark in 4, Bertus Kitty for Hungary in 5, and Laine Rumpe for Latvia in lane 6.
Janina Kostanšek, nekje tam okoli drugega mesta se zdaj le vrti, torej Nina je dobro začela tale svoj današnji nastop v B-finalu. Nina sicer tudi zelo dobra v polfinalnih nastopih, le malenkost je zmanjkala za A-finale, ampak verjamemo, da bodo priložnosti za to mlado tekmovalko iz Izole še prišle in verjamemo morda, da tudi na tem evropskem prvenstvu še pokaže, kaj zna.
Well, they're through the 1,000 and it's looking tight at the front. I think the local fans will be pleased to hear that Kostanicek's in the mix here, Camilla.
Yeah, Konstantinek indeed in the mix for the lead, and she's just put a real push in through the 1,000 metres. A bit more squeeze that's elevated the boat speed to try and contest for the lead. At one point in time, about 10 strokes or so, she did lift her boat speed to be faster than that of Lenka Luksova that currently leads out this race, but that's waned slightly. She's still sat firmly in second position now, dropping back to more like half a length, 3/4 of a length back as Luksova continues to push on in this race. We've also got the Danish sculler Fie Udby Eriksson, who's seen that opening of the door of Konstantinek starting to wane and taking that opportunity to use it to push herself into second position. This is a great race up at the front of the field, certainly with Slovenia in the mix. So hopefully the grandstand warming up here for another fast finish, Richie.
Oh, I'm telling you, Camilla, if these are the B races, what are we in store for the A finals? Because my nerves are at me at each and every race that's coming down here. Some of the best racing we've seen all weekend, and so exciting down to the last quarter with the races changing in these small boats. We've seen a number of crews just putting on big pushes in that last quarter of the race to move in and take those high positions. Very exciting here coming into the final B of the women's single sculls. On paper, Eriksson of Denmark should be the fastest sculler from the earlier heats. But of course, conditions might have affected that as well. But she's showing her form now, just moving into the lead ahead of the Czech Republic in second place at the moment. And then Slovenia in third. They're the 1, 2 and 3. Slovenia, the early leader, coming out of the first 500 and holding on to second place, but now back in third place. But I'm sure the lift of the crowd is going to get her back into contention here. Just half a length separating Denmark and the Czech Republic at the moment. They're the 1 and 2. Back then to the Slovenia in third, and then the Greek sculler in fourth ahead, and then real tussle for fifth and sixth between Latvia and Hungary. The Latvian sculler just very slightly ahead of Hungary at the moment. But Natasha, I'm going to hand this one over to you to see if you can rally that crowd once more to get Konstantinek back into the contention here.
Thank you, Richie. Janina Kostanšek se je zdaj le prilepila na rep Čehinje, drugo uvrščene trenutno v tem B-finalu. V vodstvu je sicer Danka, ki ima že kar lepo prednost pred ostalimi zasledovalkami. Nina, zdaj je čas, da stisneš zobe. Sicer Nini ni ravno dobro kazati zobe, razen če imate lepe in zdrave, kajti ona je zobozdravnica, sicer pa odlična veslačica in v letošnji sezoni resnično dokazuje, da je dobro trenirala čez zimo. 5. mesto v Zagrebu je definitivno dobra napoved tudi za nadaljne nastope. Tudi predstave, ki jih je prikazala tukaj na Evropskem prvenstvu, so obetavne in verjamemo, da ima Nina še lepo prihodnost in da gre računati na njo tudi v prihodnje. Zdaj le se Nina vedno bolj približuje Čehinji. Čehinja nekoliko popušča. Ali bo se Nini išlo za tole drugo mesto? Prvo mesto v tem B-finalu je tako rekoč oddano Danki. Nina pospešuje, dajmo Nina, še malo. In da bo v cilju potem se izpisalo drugo mesto. Dajmo, navijači, zdaj je podpora zelo pomembna tudi za to veslačico Arga Izole, ki prihaja proti cilju. Ali bo Nini uspelo se prebiti na drugo mesto? Čehinja se zdaj le bori za tole drugo mesto, ampak tudi Nina ni od muh. Vendarle kaže na končno tretje mesto v tem B-finalu in pa skupno 9. Čestitke, Nina, za borbo.
Well, the win goes to Fie Udby Eriksson for Denmark, just ahead of Lenka Luksova for the Czech Republic. And a great sprint from Nina Kostanicek of Slovenia puts her in third place ahead of the Greek athlete Evangelia Fragku. And then coming in for fifth, we have the Latvian Lena Rumpe ahead of Bertus Kitty for Hungary.
Takole, zdaj smo se dobro ogreli, kajti Čez nekaj minut, ob 10:51 minut, torej po kratkem oddahu, nas čaka češnja na torti, vsaj kar se tiče slovenskih nastopov. Rajko Hrvat bo nastopil v velikem finalu. Tako da, dragi navijači, navijačice iz Slovenije, pripravite se, ogrejte svoja grla, pripravite svoje navijaške rekvizite in ustvarite izjemno navijaško vzdušje, na krilih katerega bo Rajko Hrvat, upajmo, da poletel do nove medalje, sploh tukaj na domačem evropskem prvenstvu.
Well, folks, that's all of the B, C, and D finals done for today's racing here on the last day of the 2023 European Rowing Championships. All that remains now are our remaining A finals, which kick off at 10:51. So we've got a very brief break now. Time to refill water bottles, stay hydrated out there in the sunshine as the day warms up. Beautiful weather here. We might have a breeze start to pick up towards lunchtime, but certainly for the earlier part of the A final schedule, we should have these nice flat and calm conditions, notwithstanding the swirl and the bounciness that we have spoken about out there in the middle of the course. But the first A final is the lightweight men's single sculls, due off at 10:51. So a brief break. We're going to throw a couple of great little videos up on the big screen, some highlights and that sort of thing for you to enjoy. And then we'll be back with you before the first A final at 10:51.
Torej, kratek odmor, preden začnemo s finalnimi boji, in že prva tekma velikega finala, finala A, bo seveda zanimiva za slovensko občinstvo. Finale A lahkih moških enojcev otvarja tale zaključek letošnjega evropskega prvenstva na Bledu.
Well, we're getting very, very excited now for the A finals to start. We had some rip-roaring A finals through the course of yesterday, culminating in the men's A final. It was a real white-knuckle, breathtaking race, certainly down into the last 50 meters. So we've prepared a little bit of a recap of that race, and we're going to throw that up on the big screen. You can see just how tight this A final for the men's eights was. Look at this. We've got the Netherlands on the top of this picture, Great Britain in the middle, Romania at the bottom, and it's on the surge of the stroke. A phenomenal finish. It looks like Romania's, but then the surge of the stroke, 0.05 of a second, places Great Britain for the gold medal and the European Rowing Championship title ahead of Romania, who took silver yesterday, and the Netherlands the bronze. We move on now to the first A final of the day here on the last day of racing of the 2023 European Rowing Championships, the lightweight men's single sculls. Lining up in lane 1 for Germany, Arno Gauss. In lane 2 for Switzerland, André Struzina. In lane 3, representing France, Hugo Bourret. In lane 4, for Italy, Niels Torre. Lane 5, representing Slovenia, Rajko Hrvat. And in lane 6, representing Denmark, Rasmus Lind. There we go, we're underway with the first A final of the day for the lightweight men's single sculls.
Takole, dame in gospodje, dragi slovenski navijači, zdaj gre za res. Rajko Hrvat se je pognal v boj za odličje na domačem evropskem prvenstvu na progi 5 vesla. Slovenski predstavnik, to je prvi A finale, lahki moški enojci. Sicer pa Rajko vesla v konkurenci nemškega, švicarskega, francoskega in italijanskega pa danskega veslača. Dajmo, Rajko, so srečo, imaš to!
Here we go, we're getting through the first couple of hundred meters now, and it's a close one for the front of the field. Struzina alongside Bourret, alongside Torre, and not much separating them. Here we look at Hugo Bourret for France. It's a great start for him. He was 6th at the World Championships last year. He'll be looking to get on the podium here at the Europeans, and he's going to be hard-pressed to do so because alongside him, Struzina was silver medalist at the Zagreb World Cup just a couple of weeks ago. And then the rest of the field, this beautiful overhead drone shot just shows how level they all are now, coming up towards 400 meters in. We're looking here at Rasmus Lind of Denmark. He's in that mix for a potential medal as it stands at the moment, perhaps half a length down on that tie at the front of the field where we've got Struzina, Bourret and Torre all level. And then we've got perhaps half a length back behind them. We find Lind and Hrvat just trailing at the back, but we're only coming through the first 500 now. So we'll see how the splits separate them through this first 500.
Ja, takole, Rajko Hrvat je začel sicer nekoliko rezervirano, morda hrani moči za zadnji del trenutno na 6. mestu, ampak verjamemo, da bo Rajko potem prestavil v najvišjo prestavo na tem domačem prvenstvu, da se prebije do odra za zmagovalce.
Right, there we have it. It's Hugo Bourret out in front for France, flanked on either side by Struzina for Switzerland and Torre for Italy. And then just a little bit behind them, we've got perhaps a length down to the level, Gauss and Lind for Germany and Denmark, and Hrvat's getting back into it now. So 3 are trailing in positions 4, 5 and 6, but nothing splitting these current leaders. So they're coming up into eye shot of Camilla at halfway. It's a packed field here, an awful lot of medalists and an awful lot of experience out there on the water. I can't pick how this race is going to go.
You're absolutely right, Pete, but we cannot write off Rajko Hrvat of Slovenia. The noise that we heard, even here at the 1,000 metres off the start for the Slovenian athlete, was sensational. It was so loud, the cheers, and we know he's a fast finisher. We know he's got a sprint, so fear not, Slovenian fans. Although he's currently back in the minor places, we will most likely see him contesting where he comes into his own in the final 500. But it's now Niels Torre that takes the lead lead. He pushes ahead of Hugo Boré of France, the Italian European champion already in the men's lightweight quadruple sculls, but now shifting into a much smaller boat type for this first A final of the day, this lightweight men's single sculls event. So him ahead of Boré, who still clinches a silver medal, but Raiko Hrvat now coming back into the picture alongside André Strutziner of Switzerland. It's then on either side, bookending from lanes 1 and 6, Gauss and Lind of Germany and Denmark. But a perfect chevron formation in front of the picturesque backdrop of the island and of the church, and it's Niels Torre that has gone early. He's now leading by almost half a length ahead of Boré of France, who's down at 35 strokes a minute. It's then Raiko Hrvat who pushes on. He's up at 40 strokes a minute already. We know he's got the engine in him to hold it amongst the rest of this very talented field as they hit 750 metres to go. Hrvat holds at 40. He moves now up and towards the Frenchman, and he's trying to push on ahead of Strutziner of Switzerland. He's so close to a podium position, just a few more centimetres to go. He looks across to Strutziner of Switzerland. He currently sits in 4th, Switzerland in bronze medal position. It's then France's Boré in silver, but Niels Torre here going for gold in the final 500, Richie.
Torre of Italy, our fastest out of the heats earlier on, and he has a one race less than the others who've come through the repechage. So France and Italy qualifying directly from the final. They're the centre of the course, and they might be a little bit fresher than the other crews that had to go through the repechage process, especially Raiko Hrvat, who had that amazing finish to get into the A final. And they're just coming through 500 now, and it's still the Italian Niels Torre from Italy leading it out just barely ahead of both ahead of Hugo Boré of France, and then the Swiss sculler Strutziner and Raiko Hrvat nearest the grandstand. There's a huge crowd as well on the opposite side over by me around the corner from the finish tower, so he's going to have even more support here. Hrvat coming in. Natasha, do your thing here and get him into the medals.
Ja, tudi Sloveniji močno utripa srce ob spremljanju tega nastopa lahkih enojcev. Raiko Hrvat, vsa Slovenija je zdaj s tabo. Raiko Hrvat je že prišel do 4. mesta. Zdajle so ti zadnji metri odločilni, da se prebije na zmagovalni oder. Raiko že ima bronasti medalji iz Poznana in pa Brandenburga, torej evropskih prvenstev. Lani je bil srebrn na svetovnem prvenstvu v Račicah. Ali lahko poseže po medalji tudi na domačem prvenstvu? To bi bila res čudovita nagrada za vse nas, predvsem pa za Raikota, ki se resnično trudi in že vrsto let nekako sledi vrhu. Včasih mu res zmanjka za malenkost. Upajmo, da ne bo tako danes. Dajmo, Raiko, zdaj je čas, da res pospešiš, da prestaviš v najvišjo prestavo. Dajmo, Raiko, imaš to. Kje so zdaj navijači? Dajmo, ustvarimo res izjemno vzdušje za Raika Hrvata.
Well, it's all timed up at the front here. Hugo Boré alongside Niels Torre. He's rocketed up right alongside him and moved into the lead. It's going to be Hugo Boré for France. Just half a canvas up on Niels Torre for Italy. That's the 1-2. Third goes to André Strutziner for Switzerland. Raiko Hrvat just holds on to 4th place ahead of Rasmus Lind of Denmark for 5th. And then 6th place, Arno Gauss.
Ja, nažalost se ni šlo za medaljo, ampak vseeno Raiko Hrvatu čestitke za 4. mesto, ponovitev torej iz lanskega evropskega prvenstva v Münchnu. Tudi tam je bil Raiko Hrvat 4., sicer pa na vrhu torej italijanski predstavnik Niels Torre, ki je že bil evropski prvak. Andrij Strutzina je tokrat ugnal Raika Hrvata, v Zagrebu je zaostal tik za njim, torej na svetovnem pokalu. Ja, vse se lahko obrne.
Well, what a result there. Hugo Boré for France takes the gold medal and the European Rowing Championship title. He has also set a new European Rowing Championship best time beating the previous time set from the Belgrade European Championships in 2014 by Pedro Fraga, beating that time by half a second. Impressive stuff. Silver medal then to Niels Torre for Italy and bronze to Strudzina for Switzerland.
Ja, torej popravek, Francoz je torej novi evropski prvak Igo Borje. Na drugem mestu Italijan Niels Torre in pa na tretjem mestu Andri Stružina. Torej na četrtem mestu pa naš Rajko Hrvat, torej slovenski predstavnik, veslač Arga Izole, je končal domače prvenstvo na četrtem mestu.
Next race on the course. It's the A final now for the lightweight women's single sculls. Lane 1 representing Turkey, Elis Ozbey. Lane 2 representing the Czech Republic, Kristina Neuhortova. Lane 3 for Greece, Evangelia Anastasiadou. Lane 4 for Romania, Ionela Kosmiuk. In lane 5 for Ireland, Siobhan McCrohan. And in lane 6 for Switzerland, Eileen Roll. Here we go, then we're underway with the A final for the lightweight women's single sculls. We'll see who takes the early lead. A rapid start for Eileen Roll, but not quite poking her nose out at the front compared to the Romanian Kosmiuk up there at 46 strokes a minute, level with the Greek athlete Anastasiadou, who we're riding with here on the big screen. Great shots of the early leader. Neck and neck with the Romanian Kosmiuk, and Eileen Roll now starting to push up on the grandstand side of the course to try and take that early lead. It was a very, very fast start for her. She's at 42 strokes a minute, a powerful athlete looking to contend the medals in this A final for the lightweight women's singles.
Kratek povzetek, torej kaj se dogaja na Blejskem jezeru, finale A lahkih ženskih enojcev. Na progi 1 Turčija, na progi 2 Češka, na progi 3 Grčija, na progi 4 Romunija, na progi 5 Irska in na progi 6 Švica.
Well, it's a great start for Eileen Roll. She's out in front, nearly half a length ahead of the Greek athlete Anastasiadou, who's currently riding in second place and looking good for that silver medal. A very, very impressive athlete she is. We'll see how this pans out as they come up towards 500 meters in. And alongside her, we've got the Romanian Kosmiuk. I think expectations are high for those centre lanes. Siobhan McCrohan had a good previous round as well, so we don't want to discount her. She could have quite a strong sprint finish to look forward to in the latter stages of this race. Elis Ozbey for Turkey in lane 1 is getting into this action now. She's starting to find a bit of a rhythm here and not letting the second place Greek athlete Anastasiadou row away from her.
Ja, takole zdajle prihajajo torej lahke veslačice proti 500-metrski znamki v vodstvu Grkinja pred Turkinjo, ampak razlika še zelo majhna.
Coming up towards 600 meters in, it's the Greek athlete still out in front. She's moved into this boat from the double that she raced in at the World Championships last year. At that World Champs, though, Kosmiuk was the gold medalist. So this is who we're looking at here. A great shot of her. She won the gold medal in 2022 at the Račice World Championships. We haven't seen her since because she didn't race in Zagreb, so we'll see what she does here today. Expectations will be high, and she's currently riding in second. Oh, in fact, she's in third now as Elis Ozbey for Turkey starts to make an impression on the field. Just stepping up from under 23s, where she was under 23 world champion last year, now competing at this senior level and certainly making waves about it. So, question's going to be, can this Greek athlete Anastasiadou hold on to it, Camilla?
Well, that's the big question. Anastasiadou has had the luxury of missing out on that repechage, a direct qualifier, along with Kosmiuk of Romania. It was the Romanian that was actually quicker through the heats by some 6 seconds. So Anastasiadou being very brave here, going out to lead this field in the first half, especially with the quality that you've already mentioned around. We've got Ozbey, the world under-23 champion, Yelena Kosmiuk, the 3-time world champion across both the lightweight double and lightweight single, and that's currently our podium positions at the moment. It's the Greek that continues to lead, just a sliver of water between her stern and the bow ball of Kosmiuk, who shifts into silver now. She's decided that Ozbey of Turkey needs to be dispelled over in lane number 1, and a really great piece of rowing there from the current world champion in this boat class. But Anastasiadou continues to keep the rhythm lively. She's at 34 strokes a minute, and she knows that certainly she'll need a bit of breathing space if she has anything to try and fend off Kosmiuk in the final sprinting stages. Ozbey just falling back now from Kosmiuk's sprint. It's put a big toll in her, that push that she put in the second 500 metres, and perhaps now in danger of falling to Eline Roll of Switzerland, who has had a great middle half of the great middle section of this race. Both herself and Siobhan McCrohan of Ireland just keeping touch here, along with Neuhortova of the Czech Republic. But the fight up for the gold medal is getting spicy, because it's the world champion Kosmiuk that is starting to wind in. Anastasiadou of Greece, and this is going to be the fight for gold here. A small look across from Kosmiuk to see that the Greek is right within her grasp, and they'll roll now into the final 600 metres, ready for this sprint, Richie.
All the action in lanes 3 and 4 between Greece and Romania. They haven't raced each other at this regatta. They were in different heats and qualifying straight in from the racing on Thursday into today's final. And on paper it was the Romanian who had the faster time, but it is looking like she is on the charge here. But the Greek sculler, such a great first 1500 to move out into the lead and push on here. But I think the Romanian now is just changing gear. She is up at 33, 34 strokes per minute and looking to push on against the Greek sculler here. They're the 1 and 2. They've opened up clear water against the other scullers who had to come through the repechage. So maybe that tough racing to get into the A final has taken too much out of them. Just coming through the 500 metre mark. Oh my God, stroke for stroke, they're matching each other here. The Greek is raising it again to come back to challenge the Romanian, and she's taken it up now to a stroke rate of 33, 34 strokes per minute. The Greek responding now again. So it's these two centre of the course. They're in control. They can look left and right, and there's going to be a battle on as well for the bronze medal. At the moment, it is the sculler from the Czech Republic now moving up to challenge in a really good solid 500 from the Czech Republic sculler to come up to challenge for the bronze. But all the action up front here between Greece and Romania, both matching each other 34 strokes per minute, both speed matching each other. Maybe the Romanian just with the upper hand in the last stroke or two. Pete, they're coming into view for you here, and it's all down to these two scullers. What an amazing finish for the women's sculls.
Yeah, this is beautiful stuff. I mean, Kosmiuk, she's the reigning world champion, the reigning European champion in the lightweight women's singles. The Greek athlete Anastasiadou was silver medalist last year at the European Championships, but in the open weight edition of this boat class. So she'll want to make amends and see if she can get a gold away from this event. But she's being dropped now as Kosmiuk really turns on the afterburners and starts to pull away.
Kakšen dvoboj kaže ta Grkinja in pa aktualna evropska prvakinja Romunka, ki zdaj le prevzema pobudo. Ne bo spustila evropske krone kar tako iz rok.
Kosmiuk now over a length up on the Greek athlete. It's been an amazing last couple of 100 metres for her. She really put on the afterburners, going up to 36 strokes a minute. Anastasiadou stayed at 34. The boat speed went the Romanians' way, and now she's got clear water advantage into the last 60 or so metres. Battle is still on for third. McCrohan looks to be pulling up and challenging alongside Neuhortova and Ozbey. They're absolutely level coming to the Last 50 metres, I think Osbey just dropping back, so it could mean McCrowan and Neuhotova in with a chance. But crossing the line, European champion in the lightweight women's singles, Ionela Kosmiuk for Romania. Silver goes to Anastasiadou for Greece. And then it's going to be on the surge of the stroke. I think it was Neuhotova just on the surge of the stroke for the bronze medal ahead of McCrowan for Ireland to take fourth. And then I believe it was fifth place to Osbey of Turkey and sixth place to Roll for Switzerland. We'll wait for the official results to confirm it, but I can tell you that the gold went to Ionela Kosmiuk for Romania, who has just now set a new European Championship best time, beating the previous one by 200ths of a second, which was set by Olympic champion Federica Cesarini in Lucerne in 2019. So the new European Championship best time stands at 7:32.43. Silver went to Anastasiadou for Greece, and bronze to Neuhotova of the Czech Republic. Fourth Ireland, fifth Turkey, sixth Switzerland.
Imamo torej staro novo evropsko kraljico med lahkimi ženskimi enojci, Romunka Ionela Kosmičuk, ki je uspela ubraniti torej zlato medaljo iz Münchna tudi tukaj na Bledu. Na drugem mestu potem Grkinja, ki se je dobro borila, in pa na tretjem mestu Čehinja.
The victory ceremony for the lightweight men's single sculls.
Podelitev medalj za lahke moške enojce.
The medals will be presented by
Medalje podeljuje
European Rowing Honorary President
častni predsednik Evropske veslaške zveze,
Richard Stadniuk, accompanied by
spremlja ga
Minister of Economy, Tourism and Sport of the Republic of Slovenia,
minister Republike Slovenije za gospodarstvo, turizem in šport, Matjaž Han.
winner of the bronze medal, representing Switzerland,
Dobitnik bronaste medalje, ki zastopa Švico,
Andrej Strutzina. Winner of the silver medal, representing Italy,
dobitnik srebrne medalje, ki zastopa Italijo,
Niels Torre. Winner of the gold medal and 2023 European rowing champion, representing France,
dobitnik zlate medalje in evropski prvak za leto 2023, ki zastopa Francijo,
Hugo Bouret. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of France.
Dame in gospodje, državna himna Francije.
Let's hear it for our medalists. Next race, it's the A final of the PR3 Mixed Coxed 4. Lining up in lane 1 for Germany, Susanne Lackner, Jan Helmich, Mark Lembeck, Catherine Marchand and Inge Thon. Lane 2 for Great Britain, Francesca Allen, Giedra Rakowskaitje, Morgan Face Noise, Edward Fuller and Erin Kennedy. Lane 3 for France, Erika Sozo, Gregoire Biro, Remy Taranto, Margot Boulet and Emile Ikastapes. And completing our field in lane 4 for Italy, Carolina Foresti, Tommaso Scatino, Luca Conti, Greta Elizabeth Muti and Raisa Schionico. There we have it, the buzzer letting them loose for this A final, the PR3 Mixed Coxed 4. Looks like a good start for the Italians, straight there by Greta Elizabeth Muti. They were 6th at the World Championships last year, but a bit of a carbon copy of the podium from Recice last year, where we saw Great Britain at the top, followed by Germany, followed by France. So they'll all be looking to change that around this year at this European Rowing Championships. Tough to choose an early leader at the moment. Great Britain going out at 40, Germany at 41, France at 39, and Italy at 40. They're all pretty much level in their rates of striking. So it's all going to come down to their emphasis through the water and their ability to make the best of the boat speed. Germany early leaders at this stage, but I think Great Britain now starting to push through. They're pretty much level as they contend the front of this field and places on the podium.
Ja, najbolj eksploziven začetek je uspel italijanski posadki med paramešanimi četverci s krmarjem v boju za evropski naslov, ampak kmalu so pa pobude prevzele Britanke oziroma Britanci in pa Nemčija.
Well, they're coming out to 400 metres in Germany and Great Britain, striding down to 36. But Great Britain starting to make an impression at the front of the field. They're a canvas up on Germany now. So their start is starting to pay off. The question is how they make the best use of this second 500 to try and stay out in front. Great to see Erin Kennedy back in the boat after a few health challenges earlier this year. I think everybody is so pleased to see her competing again. They're passing through 500 metres. Great Britain now extending to a quarter of a length over Germany, who've got a canvas or nearly a quarter of a length over France. Only really the Italians just dropping out of the back of the pack ever so slightly. So we're sort of following the form book of the World Championships in Recice last year. There have been a couple of crew changes since last year. The French now find Gregoire Biro in the 2 seat, and he's bringing a lot of strength and power to that boat, and it seems to be paying off, holding them into contention for a potential medal here. Germany, the only boat that remains entirely unchanged since the World Championships in Rachice last year. Great Britain finding their stride, pulling up to 3/4 of a length now ahead as we come up through 750. I mean, Camilla, the GBR PR3 mixed Coxed 4 has been a force of nature for a few years.
I run out of superlatives sometimes for the PR3 mixed 4 from Great Britain ever since London 2012. No matter the personnel in the boat, no matter the combination, they always seem to come out on top, and they were interviewed after the preliminary race, and Erin Kennedy, as you said, great to see her back after her sort of journey through breast cancer treatment. And one thing that she's asked us to share is for everyone to ensure to check themselves. That's been a big part of her campaign, but she finds herself back here at the European Championship saying there were more fireworks to come here in the final, and they lead now by only 3/4 of a length over Germany, which is very closely contended for themselves. They're used to having oceans of clear water by this point in the race, but Germany still with overlap. That will give them a lot of confidence, especially after that silver at the World Championships last year. Germany will certainly feel that the race is still on for gold here, but Great Britain lead out. It's then the crew from France that sit in bronze medal position, as you say, Pete, a mimic of last year's World Championship podium. A crew lineup change for the Italians. Not sure if that's impacted their speed, but they're somewhat off the pace of these top 3 standout crews who were absolutely demonstrating why they are the world's best. Great Britain seem to have sought that clear water, I think, just by a fingernail now. Erin Kennedy in the coxswain seat, wishing on Ed Fuller, Morgan Feisnoise, Gidra Rakashkaite and Fran Allen here. And if I know anything about this GB PR3 mixed 4, they will be gunning after that European Championship best time. They always go after a time in finals, and that will be the big prize to beat here, as well as clinching that European Championship title. They're into the final 750 metres now, and Germany have just lost that contact. And in the coxswain seat for Germany, Inga Toner will be trying to challenge them to step on once again to keep that touch with Great Britain. France still riding in bronze, but the same old story here. It looks like it's going to be another European Championship title for Great Britain here, Richie.
Absolutely, they're in full control of the race here. They're the lowest rating crew, 32, 33 strokes per minute, but just shows you how much power they have in the water to take control of this race. Down to the last quarter, a really good race from Germany. They were 3rd in the preliminary race ahead of France. They're pushing on now to hold on to that 2nd place and silver medal position at the moment. GB going through, they have that bucket style rigging with the 2 and 3 seat on the stroke side and bow and stroke on the bow side stroke boat. The Germans they haven't got the overlaps, so there is clear water between them, but the Germans just in the last 500 are pushing on again ahead of France, so they're getting the butter hand of them. Catherine Merchant in the stroke street for Germany competing. Previously she had a stroke in 2021, now back rowing with the para rowing. Amazing to see her around the water. Such success stories here, and she is dishing it out there in the stroke seat. And lots of noise from these crews as well, because they are of course coxed boats, so just as they were coming down you can hear the encouragement from all 4 coxes charging their crews for the line here. It is GB leading it out, and no doubt about it there. We were talking about Erin Kennedy, bumped into her with Camilla as well. It was great to meet her in person, and my dad would describe her as a tough cookie. She just gets on with it, and great to see her being such an ambassador for the sport. So coming into view, Pete, no doubt about it, GB in control here, but great to see the Germans putting it up to them and pushing them all the way to the line.
Yeah, I tell you what, that is the great story of this race, really. I think very true to the form book. Great Britain are out in front, but we would have expected them to just continue pulling away. We haven't seen that. So Germany have done something exceptional in the last few months as part of their training program, because they are holding on to Great Britain. This will give Great Britain pause for thought as they think about Paralympic qualification later on this summer. But an amazing race from them. Great Britain leading the way home.
Ja, Velika Britanija dokazuje, da je kraljica evropskega in pa svetovnega veslaškega odra med para mešanimi četverci s krmarje.
It's gold for Great Britain in the PR3 mixed cox 4, a length and a half up on Germany for silver, and then a length and a half back to France for the bronze medal. A fantastic performance by them. And then we've got Italy coming in for 4th place. So Great Britain take the gold, Germany the silver, and France the bronze. The victory ceremony for the lightweight women's single scull.
Podelitev medalj za lahke ženske enojce.
The medals will be presented by
Medalje podeljuje
European Rowing Board member
član Evropske veslaške zveze,
Algirdas Raslanas, accompanied by
spremlja ga
Minister of Economy, Tourism and Sport of the Republic of Slovenia,
minister Republike Slovenije za gospodarstvo, turizem in šport, Matjaž Han.
winner of the bronze medal representing the Czech Republic,
Dobitnica bronaste medalje, ki zastopa Češko,
Kristina Neuhortova. Winner of the silver medal representing Greece,
dobitnica srebrne medalje, ki zastopa Grčijo,
Evangelia Anastasiadou. Winner of the gold medal and 2023 European Rowing Champion representing Romania,
dobitnica zlate medalje in evropska prvakinja za leto 2023, ki zastopa Romunijo,
Ionela Kozmiuk. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Romania.
dame in gospodje, državna himna Romunije.
Let's hear it for our medalists. Next race up, it's the A final for the men's 4. World best time set by Great Britain in 2012 at the Lucerne World Cup. 5:37.86 the time to beat. Lining up here, Poland, France, Great Britain, Romania, the Netherlands and Switzerland. Lining up in lane 1 for Poland, Łukasz Poziłajka, Mateusz Wilangowski, Mikołaj Burda, Emilian Jaczkowiak. In lane 2, representing France, Thibaut Turlin, Guillaume Turlin, Benoit Brunet and Theo Rayet. Lane 3, representing Great Britain, Oliver Wilkes, David Ambler, Matthew Aldridge and Freddie Davidson. Lane 4 for Romania, Mihaita Tiganescu, Mugurel Vasili Semciuc, Stefan Berariu and Florin Lehatzi. In lane 5 for the Netherlands, Gauss Molle, Nelson Ritsema, Olav Molinar and Hertjan van Doorn. And completing the field in lane 6 for Switzerland, Dominic Kondrau, Joel Schuerch, Kai Schatzler and Patrick Brunner. There we have it. There goes the buzzer, unleashing our 6 boats into the 2K course for our A final of the men's 4. A great start across the board, 52 strokes a minute for the Romanians. That pushes them out into the early lead, nearly a canvas up already in just the first few strokes. So an impressive start for them. They are the 4th place finishers at the World Championships last year, lining up alongside Great Britain. 2 of those athletes remain from the gold medal World Championship boat of last year. David Ambler and Freddie Davidson in the stroke seat. They'll be looking to get on top of the podium for the European Championships, but the fastest moving boat here, Romania, and they're not leaving the Poles behind. Poland up at 42, Jaczkowiak in the stroke seat, setting a great rhythm, keeping them on terms with Romania at the early stages here. Netherlands, Hertjan van Doorn in the stroke seat keeps them in the 3rd medal position. The field already rather spread out here, just 300 meters in.
Ne najhitrejši začetek aktualnih evropskih prvakov Britancev. Na progi 3 vesla britanska posadka. Najhitrejši so bili Romuni na tem začetku, pa Poljska in pa Švica sta tudi v ospredju v teh prvih metrih.
Well, they're through 400 metres now, so they'll be coming up to the 500-metre. First quarter done. We'll get the first splits, and it's starting to tighten up again at the front of the field. The fast-starting Romanians now getting reeled in by the Netherlands. Let's see how they look crossing the 500. Great Britain seem to be pushing forwards ahead now and coming up into second place ahead of the Netherlands. They've pushed past Poland, so that was a good couple of hundred metres for Great Britain. They're up at 38. Freddie Davidson in the stroke seat, setting a great rhythm. They're now level with the leaders, Romania. So it's a good couple of hundred metres from Great Britain. They've got their rhythm in place now. Romania comfortably in second and starting to move up. Poland level with the Netherlands. So everything still to play for here. 650 metres in. Camilla, that was a slightly slower start than the rest of the field for Great Britain, but an impressive few hundred metres there, moving them up from third or fourth up to leading the race now.
Do you know what, Pete? I think this British men's four has one of the most formidable cruising speeds across any crew at this regatta. They just lock into gear so comfortably. They're down at 37 strokes a minute. They're underrating every other boat on the field, and they are gliding into first place ahead of the Romanians. I must give it to the Romanians. They were up at 44 strokes a minute in that first 500 metres, and given the lump and bump that we've heard about, very difficult to control the blade work in those conditions. However, taking its toll now as they slip back into bronze medal position, allowing the Dutch to slide through. This new Dutch combination is 3 of the under-23 bronze medalists from the quad 3 years ago, and again, an impressive amount of fluidity that the Dutch are able to give between sweep and sculling to athletes within the squad. So that's the podium at the moment. Great Britain lead by a length now in gold medal position. They look so divine out in front. Wilkes, Ambler, Aldridge and Davidson just cruising at that pace that we've described. But wow, this is a real ding-dong here in the middle of the field between the Dutch and Romania. The Dutch caught the Romanians napping, and they've now decided that they want to respond. They're at 41 strokes a minute. The Dutch also rising to meet them at 40. We're not even 750 metres to go yet, and already in the heady heights of the 40s, this is going to be a match-up for the ages. Bow ball for bow ball for the silver medal behind Great Britain, who have just gone into another galaxy here. They've lifted once again. They've increased that amount of clear water, and they are in a league of their own. Silver medal fight also moving away from the pack. Just the French with the bow ball of overlap to Romania and the Netherlands. The Swiss out the back of the field with Poland. But Great Britain, once again, despite the crew changes here for this season, look to be retaining their European Championship title, Richie.
Yeah, coming through 500, they've really shown their class in the last couple of 100 metres, lifting it up and taking it away. Lower rate down at 37 strokes per minute, the lowest rate of any crew in the race here, but that just shows how much power they can get in the water to move through 500 and open up a clear water lead over the Dutch in second place. Back then, and it's stroke for stroke between the French and Romanian crews. The Romanian crews is looking a little bit laboured there from them, but Wolves nearest to me on a charge here in lane 1 as well, ahead of the Swiss crew. So they're fairly well strung out in the final of the men's 4 here. No doubt about the leaders, GB all the way. Freddie Davidson in the stroke seat, Matthew Aldridge backing him up in 3, David Ambler in the 2 seat, and Oliver Wilkes in bow, moving away from the field even as we speak with 200 to go. Made their charge in the centre of the course and holding on to it. But it's all going to come down to the other positions now, with the Netherlands looking to hold on to the lead for that silver medal ahead of the crew from France, holding out the crew from Romania, who I think might have put it all out there at the start of the race, still rating quite high. But Pete, coming into view, it looks like another medal to help GB stay top of the medals table here in the men's 4.
Well, they're still cruising at the front, but as the others start to wind it up, the Romanians have gone to 46. They've got the better boat speed now, so that margin will start to close. The Dutch are at 41. They're matching GB for boat speed, so we'll see what happens in the last 200 or now last 100 metres, whether anything's going to change. I think the margins might just be too big.
Ja, Britanci veslajo kot z drugega planeta in dokazujejo, kdo kraljuje med moškimi četverci Evrope, ampak v zadju pa dvoboj za ostali 2 medalji.
It's gold for Great Britain, European champions in the men's 4, a length up on the Netherlands, and then I saw that as France across the line, just a couple of centimetres ahead of Romania for the bronze medal. So a great performance for France, moving up through the field to pinch the bronze from Romania. A fantastic race for Great Britain to take the gold in 5:49. 34. Silver to the Netherlands, bronze to France, fourth place Romania. And then we'll just wait for the official results to confirm it was in fact Poland in fifth and Switzerland in sixth. The victory ceremony for the PR3 Mixed 4.
Podelitev medalj za para mešane četverce s krmarjem.
The medals will be presented by
Medalje podeljuje
European Rowing Board member
članica Evropske veslaške zveze,
Eva Santo, accompanied by
spremljajo
President of the Olympic Committee of Slovenia,
predsednik Olimpijskega komiteja Slovenije Franjo Bobinac.
winners of the bronze medal,
Dobitniki bronaste medalje.
France. France represented by
Francijo zastopajo
Erika Sozo, Gregoire Biro, Remy Taranto, Margot Boulet, and Emily Akistapas. Winners of the silver medal,
dobitniki srebrne medalje.
Germany. Germany represented by
Nemčijo zastopajo
Susanne Lackner, Jan Helmich, Mark Lembeck, Catherine Marchand, and Inga Tone. Winners of the gold medal and 2023 European Rowing Champions,
dobitniki zlate medalje in evropski prvaki za leto 2023.
Great Britain. Great Britain, represented by
Veliko Britanijo zastopajo
Francesca Allen, Giedra Rakauskaitė, Morgan Feisnoys, Edward Fuller, and Erin Kennedy.
Till next race. Is she crying? Oh. Okay. Okay, go announcements.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Great Britain.
Dame in gospodje, državna himna Velike Britanije.
Let's hear it for our medalists. Moving on now to the next race is the A final of the women's pair. World best time set by Prendergast and Williams of New Zealand at the Olympic Games in Tokyo. 6:47.41, the world best time to look at. European Championship best time, 6:58.28, set by Glover and Stanning in Poznan in 2015. That's the benchmark we look to. Competing here, though, we have Great Britain, Croatia, Romania, the Netherlands, Spain and Germany. Lining up in lane one for this A final of the women's pair, we have Great Britain's Emily Ford and Esme Booth. Lane two for Croatia, Ivana Jurkovic and Josipa Jurkovic. Lane three, representing Romania, Ioana Vrânceanu and Roxana Angel. Lane four for the Netherlands, Imke Clevering and Veronique Meester. In lane five for Spain, Aina Sid and Esther Briz Zamorano. And in lane six for Germany, Lena Sarasa and Hannah Rafe. There we have the start of the A final for the women's pair. Let's see who makes the best of the first few strokes. It looks like a clean start across the board. We've heard from some of the athletes that the first 500 meters is the bounciest of all on this course. It looks deceptively flat and calm, but that first 500 meters, there's a little bit of a swirl hiding under the surface that just makes it a little bit trickier. And the pairs, notoriously the hardest boat to get straight and rown well, but these elite athletes are doing so exceptionally. Spain out taking the early lead at the moment, but not leaving behind Croatia and Great Britain. So nothing to split them through this first 200.
Romunki branita naslov evropskih prvakinj med ženskimi dvojci, pravzaprav ga brani Joana Vrinčenau, ki je lani osvojila naslov evropske prvakinje skupaj z Deniso Tilvescu, danes pa vesla tukaj na Bledu z Roxano Angel.
Well, we're looking here at the Jurkovic twins, Ivana and Josipa. They were bronze medalists at the World Cup, their home World Cup in Zagreb, Croatia. They're getting off to a good start here. 42 strokes a minute. They're the current leaders ahead of Great Britain and Romania, flanking them on either side, level for second and third. But as we see here, not leaving anybody behind, because in fact, the Dutch are pulling through now. Clavering and Meester, it's absolutely level coming up towards the 500 meters. You couldn't throw a handkerchief across this field. It's so tightly packed. And we're going to see how they start to split themselves up through the 500. A good and brave start for the Jurkovic twins, trying to hold on to that lead now coming up through 500. As I say, they were bronze medalists at the first World Cup, but they've got some formidable athletes on either side of them. The Dutch, Clavering and Meester, they were silver medalists at the World Championships last year in both the women's pair and the women's eight. So they managed to do it doubling up. Great Britain are doing exactly that here. We've got Esme Booth in the stroke seat of the GB boat and Emily Ford, sister of Eddie Ford, in the bow seat. They're doubling up. We'll see them race again in the women's eight, the last race of the day. So tough stuff for these elite athletes to race in such close proximity. But it's out in front. Netherlands now take the advantage, pushing out to the lead. They're perhaps a canvas up on the rest of the field, but it's really not spreading out as quickly as one might have thought. The chevron formation starting to take shape. Camilla, who's your money on here? The Netherlands looking pretty strong.
I think my pick would be Clavering and Meester, the Olympic silver medalists from Tokyo in the women's four, moving down into this smaller boat class that took them a little bit of time to find form in, but coming out with that silver medal, like you say, at the World Championships last year has just proved that this is a force to be reckoned with. Whenever the Dutch are in a race, we can hear a howling coming from the bank, a sort of hollering call, and certainly it's pushing on Clavering and Meester to even more of a dominant margin here. They've now got about 3/4 of a length up on the Romanians. Vrincenau and Angel are just trying to keep ahead of what is a bit of a pinch of a fight for bronze medal at the moment here between fast-starting Spain and fast-starting Croatia as well. The Jurkovic just in danger of overcooking it a little bit in the first 1,000 meters. That's how they tend to race. That's their style. The under-23 world champions in this boat class are fast starters, but sometimes tend to dwindle through the closing stages. But that race for silver, wow, that's going to be a close one. It's Einasid in the bow seat. She knows how it feels to win a European Championships in this boat class. They were on the podium in 2019, but now joined by new partner Esther Brits Zamorano for the last season or so. And up here punching with the force of Romania, who, as we've mentioned many a time this weekend, are the dominant force in women's rowing at the European Championships. And showing that now, just as I've said it, it's almost like they heard me. They've pulled away from Spain to concert themselves into silver medal position behind the Netherlands. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Romanians are now locked in and ready to roll on charging for the gold, as we've seen so many times this weekend. That sprint finish, never write it off. So gold position at the moment, it's the Dutch, it's Clavering and Meester. It's then Vrincenau and Angel of Romania, 1 length back. A little bit of water clip there from the Netherlands. That's maybe just disrupted their rhythm a little bit and opened the door here for Romania in silver medal position, Richie.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to be in the position of the Netherlands, having the Romanian crew breathing down their neck, especially as we come down to the last quarter here. Difficult conditions, as we mentioned, especially the centre part of the course that opens up left and right, but the crews are going to have to adapt their style a little bit to make sure that they stay out of trouble, not clipping any of the waters down in the last quarter of this race. So the Netherlands still holding on, but the Romanians just hot on their heels. They're looking to get back into contention for the gold medal. And then it's very little between two crews, Croatia and Spain, for that battle for the bronze, and they'll push each other on and might get an overlap and back into the mix for the gold and silver. Netherlands still 3/4 of a length now ahead of the high rating Romanians. They're just starting to take it up now to 39, 40 strokes per minute, and the Croatians going up at 41 strokes per minute, so they're going early as well, and great to see them. Normally it's the first half of the race where they do everything they can and they hang on for dear life, but if anything, they've lifted it up again. The Spanish crew motoring as well there in lane 5, nearest to the grandstand coming into view, but it's all to play for in the women's pairs race here between Romania and the Netherlands. Netherlands doing everything that they can at 38 strokes per minute, but here comes the charge of the Romanians, 42 strokes per minute, Pete. They're going to be coming into view. It's going to be neck and neck for these two crews coming to the line.
Yeah, this is great stuff, this. 42 strokes a minute for Romania. They're up there. Roxana Angel doing absolutely everything she can now with the powerhouse, Ioana Vrânceanu, the world champion from the women's 8 of last year, in the bow seat. They're drawing up, but I think the Dutch have just enough of a response here to push them back, but they're only holding at 39, so we'll see if they go up another gear to try and hold on to that lead.
Ja, dobitnici srebrnih medalj z olimpijskih iger v Tokiu, Nizozemki, sta odločeni, da gresta na Evropskem prvenstvu po zlato, ampak ne vem, kako se bodo dogovorile z Romunkami.
Romania now look to be in the lead here. They're a canvas up on the Netherlands for the European Championship title in the women's pair. Coming to the last 40 metres, a great race for Romania. They're up at 46 strokes a minute, and they've got a canvas over the Netherlands. They're going to take the gold medal here today in the women's pair at the European Rowing Championships by half a length to the Netherlands, who come in for silver. And then the bronze is going to go to Spain's Sid and Briz Zamorano. And despite a great start and a very, very brave middle 1,000, the Jurkovic sisters will finish in 4th place ahead of the last couple of strokes, and it's going to be Great Britain for 5th and Germany for 6th.
Kakšen finiš Romunk, ki takole dokazujeta, kdo je najboljši med ženskimi dvojci. Torej zmaga v Romunijo, na 2. mestu potem Nizozemska in na 3. mestu Španija.
The victory ceremony for the men's 4.
Podelitev medalj za moške četverce.
Okay, presented by
The medals will be presented by
Medalje podeljuje
European Rowing Board member
članica Evropske veslaške zveze.
Asuncion Lloriente Perez, accompanied by
Spremljajo
President of the Olympic Committee of Slovenia,
predsednik Olimpijskega komiteja Slovenije, Franjo Bobinac.
winners of the bronze medal,
Dobitniki bronaste medalje.
France.
during a ceremony, you need to keep quiet. Big message or phone.
France, represented by
Francijo zastopajo
Thibaut Turlin, Guillaume Turlin,
Yeah, we can, Joe. We've got the figures. Okay.
Benoit Brunet, Théo Rayet,
Last one. Okay, he's walking back. And go silver.
winners of the silver medal,
dobitniki srebrne medalje.
the Netherlands. The Netherlands, represented by
Nizozemsko zastopajo
Gauss Mollet, Nelson Ritsema, Olav Molinar,
Have to speed this up a little bit.
and Hertjan van Doorn.
Minutes till next race. Gift, gift, gift. Oh, hey, that dog. And go for gold.
Winners of the gold medal and 2023 European rowing champions,
dobitniki zlate medalje in evropski prvaki za leto 2023.
Great Britain. Great Britain, represented by
Veliko Britanijo zastopajo
Oliver Wilkes, David Ambler,
4 minutes.
Matthew Aldridge, and Freddie Davidson.
If you can tell the gift person to go quicker, it helps. I know. Just throw them out. Stand by for an announcement for anthem. And go announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Great Britain.
Dame in gospodje, državna himna Velike Britanije.
Let's hear it for our medalists. Next race up, then, it's the A final for the men's pair. World best time set by Murray and Bond of New Zealand at the 2012 Olympic Games in London. 6:08.5, the time to beat.
Hold on, Natasha.
Lining up here, Lithuania, Spain, Great Britain, Switzerland, Romania, and Serbia. In lane 1, representing Lithuania, Dovydas Stankūnas and Domantas Stankūnas. Lane 2 for Spain, Jaime Canalejo Pazos and Javier Garcia Ordonez. In lane 3 for Great Britain, Oliver Wing-Griffith and Tom George. Lane 4 for Switzerland, Roman Roersli and Andrin Gulic. In lane 5 for Romania, Marius Kosmiuk and Sergiu Beyan. And in lane 6 for Serbia, Martin Matskovic and Milos Vasic. There goes the buzzer. We're underway with the A final for the men's pair. Looks like a good start here. We'll see how they get their boats up to speed.
Ja, tako kot pri ženskih dvojcih, tudi v moški konkurenci naslov evropskih prvakov branita Romuna, Kozmičuk in pa Bejan. Torej, ali jima bo uspelo?
Well, we're looking at the Spaniards there, Canalejo Pazos, Garcia Ordonez. They're the early leaders, not by much, as you can imagine. It's still the early stages at the moment. In fact, as we look at this overhead drone shot, I think I'm going to call that as Great Britain trading places with Romania for the front of the field. So we'll see how this pans out now that they're starting to settle into their race rhythm. Spain's still up at 45, though. The others down at 40, 41, 42. Romania also up there at 44. So a lot of them really looking to hold a very high rate of striking for a lot longer these days, certainly out of the blocks. Looking here at the Stankūnas twins for Lithuania, they're in the mix near the front as well. They're the first to go under 40 in their striking. Great Britain just dropped down to 39 as well. But it's Spain still out in front only by a nose, according to our GPS data. So we'll see how if they start to split the field through this first 500 meters. They're coming up to our first timing point, that 500-meter marker. We'll see what the splits look like.
Ja, zaenkrat je dokaj izenačen boj. Poglejmo, kakšen bo rezultat na 500 metrih. Tamle na tretji progi Britanca, mislim, da v ospredju.
Through the 500 then, it's Great Britain out in front. Half a canvas up on Spain. It looks pretty level for Lithuania and Switzerland for that third place position. Romania's early bright flame seems to have dwindled somewhat through the latter parts of that first quarter. So we'll see whether they can get back in the action. And then Serbia seem to be being dropped out of the back of the pack. So it's all eyes on the front of the field. Great Britain, Spain, and then the currently level Lithuania and Switzerland. Now they're coming up towards 700 meters in. Great Britain making a real push for it here. They were bronze medalists at the World Championships last year behind the Spaniards who took silver. Spain also took silver at the first World Cup of this year. So I think they're looking to finally get to the top of the podium. But Great Britain, if they've got anything to say about it, will look to be at the top two. And then you can just see the bow number of Switzerland pretty much bang level with Spain going through 750. Oh, I tell you what, Camilla, this is shaping up to be a really tight one because there's Lithuania too. We've got a great side-on shot of these leading four boats.
Yeah, I've been really looking forward to this final. We've got the podium from the World Championships last year. It was Romania that took the double crown in the Europeans and World titles, but they're out of the medals at the moment as Great Britain in the last few strokes have emerged as leaders and they sit in gold medal position, but Switzerland have lassoed them and are going with them in silver medal position at the moment, trying to mow down Spain. These three crews, I've been so looking forward to seeing the Swiss added into this mix. This new combination of Roersli and Gulic have burst onto the scene this year. A gold medal at World Cup 1 and an amazing combination, it seems, on the run into Paris. And I've been looking forward to them matching up against the British, against the Spanish and against the Romanians. We can't write off Romania. We know they have a fast 1,000 final 500 meters and they're still up here. They're at 38 strokes a minute, keeping contact. But look at this from Switzerland. This third 500 metres has been an absolute masterclass in patience. They've moved through now to join Great Britain and Spain, also looking to get back into the mix. They've responded to Great Britain's push there, and these three crews now looking to cut off the rest of the field and try and set themselves into those podium places. What colour, we just don't know. 750 metres to go, and it's just tossing up stroke for stroke between Spain, Great Britain, Switzerland. I'm watching my GPS meters go 0, -1, 0 between all three of these crews. On any given stroke, the bow balls are in front between Great Britain, Switzerland and Spain. I think now this race at the front of the field is going to separate this podium out, Richie. It's just too good, but it's just too close.
Pair. This is probably the closest race that we've had coming through the 500-metre mark, and as we have seen in the last run into the finish, anything can change in these small boats within a couple of strokes. All the running being done in lanes 2, 3 and 4 between the Spanish, Great Britain and Switzerland at the moment. It is Great Britain just putting on a push now to move ahead of the Swiss crew in second place, Spanish in third, the Lithuanians staying in touch. Lithuania very much here right beside me in lane 1, right beside the Spanish crew, and the Stankunas brothers might be able to put a squeeze back in and get into medal contention. A little bit further back from the Romanians, we know what type of finish they have, so anything can happen with them. And just out of it at the moment, it is the crew from Serbia back in 6th place. All the action there, 2, 3 and 4, Spain, Great Britain, Switzerland. The lead has changed so many times, stroke for stroke, but just in the last 200 metres, we've seen Great Britain move out to a lead. They're trying to establish it on the run into the finish, but they're certainly not shaking off Switzerland and Spain and Lithuania as well, all within striking distance of the medals. Pete, can GB hold on to this? All the other crews now, the Spanish putting on a charge of 42 strokes per minute.
Yeah, Great Britain out in front, half length up on Switzerland. Great side-on shots we're looking at here. Lithuania level with Spain for third place. Only a canvas down on them. So this is going to come to this last 200 metres. Everything to play for. And we can see Switzerland go to 39, and they're drawing up level now with Great Britain. This is going to come down to the wire.
Ja, res izjemen boj prikazujejo zdajle posadke moških četvercev. V ospredju je Velika Britanija, v ozadju pa troboj za medalje. Torej so v igri Švicarji, Španci in pa tudi Litvanci.
Here comes Spain. They're coming up. It's going to be 3 bow balls within half a metre of each other into the last couple of strokes. I think Switzerland might just be moving ahead. And across the line, it's Switzerland, Great Britain, Spain, Lithuania. And then coming in, we've got Romania and Serbia. That was absolutely neck and neck. I saw it as Switzerland on the surge of the stroke, but we've got to wait for the official result to call it. In fact, it is in. Switzerland 6:22.34, a tenth of a second ahead of Great Britain for silver, and bronze to Spain. That's the 1, 2, 3. Switzerland, European rowing champions in the men's pair. Silver to Great Britain, bronze to Spain. 4th Lithuania, 5th Romania, and 6th Serbia.
Ja, kakšen je bil tale zaključek, kakšen je bil nastop Švicarjev, novih evropskih prvakov, ki sta v zadnjih metrih ugnala Britanca na 2. mestu, na 3. mestu pa Španija.
The victory ceremony for the women's pair.
Podelitev medalj za ženske dvojce.
The medals will be presented by
Medalje podeljuje
World Rowing President
predsednik Svetovne veslaške organizacije.
Jean-Christophe Rolland, accompanied by
Spremlja ga
the Honorary President of Bled Rowing Organising Committee,
Spremlja ga torej Janez Pfeiffer, častni predsednik Blejskega veslaškega kluba in organizacijskega komiteja.
Tell me when they're in position. Okay, go, Pete.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Dobitnici bronaste medalje.
Spain. Spain represented by
Španijo zastopata
Ina Sid and Esther Briz-Zamorano. Winners of the silver medal.
dobitnici srebrne medalje.
The Netherlands. The Netherlands represented by
Nizozemsko zastopata
Imke Clevering and Veronique Meester.
Okay.
Winners of the gold medal and 2023 European rowing champions.
dobitnici zlate medalje in evropski prvakinji za leto 2023.
Romania. Romania represented by
Romunijo zastopata
Ioana Vrncianu and Roxana Angel.
And standby announcement. Go announcements.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Romania.
Dame in gospodje, državna himna Romunije.
Let's hear it for our medalists. Next race then, it's the A final for the PR2 mixed double sculls. World best time set by Vandermeer and de Koning at the World Cup in Poznan 2017. 8:06.21 the time to beat. We've got a bit of a tailwind here today, so times are fast, and you never know, we might see another world best time laid down here today. Competing in this race, we have Poland, France, Great Britain, the Netherlands, Ukraine and Ireland. Lining up in lane one, representing Poland, Jolanta Majka and Michał Gadowski. In lane 2 for France, Perle Bouge and Stéphane Tardieu. Lane 3 for Great Britain, Lauren Rolls and Greg Stevenson. Lane 4 for the Netherlands, Corné de Koning and Chantal Heinen. In lane 5 for Ukraine, Svitlana Bohuslavska and Yaroslav Koyuda. And in lane 6, representing Ireland, Stephen McGowan and Katie O'Brien. Here we go, we're underway with the A final of the PR2 mixed double sculls. Some serious caliber athletes out here. Lauren Rolls from Great Britain, Paralympic champion in this boat class from Tokyo 2020, now joined by Greg Stevenson. They're in one of the center lanes there, but lining up alongside Corné de Koning, the reigning PR2 men's single scull world champion, joined by Chantal Heinen. An impressive combination in one of those center lanes there. Those two boats already starting to push ahead, not leaving behind the Irish. Stephen McGowan and Katie O'Brien, a great start for them, but these boats still very, very tightly condensed in the center of Lake Bled. Beautiful scenes here. We'll see how these PR2 athletes handle the swishy, swashy conditions in that first 500 meters, and then think about settling into their stride for the rest of the 1,800 or so meters of the course that they've got to go. Great Britain starting to push ahead, a canvas up on the Netherlands.
Obetaven začetek britanske posadke med para mešanimi dvojnimi dvojci, na krovu tudi paraolimpijski dobitnik medalje Rowells, ki se mu je tokrat pridružil Greg Stevenson. Bomo videli, kako se bo izkazala ta posadka tudi na koncu.
Coming out towards 400 meters in, Rolls and Stevenson starting to pull away. They're up to half a length ahead of de Koning and Heinen, who have about 3/4 of length over the currently level trailing pack of Poland, France, Ukraine and Ireland. So we'll see how the field starts to separate out. They'll be contesting that bronze medal at the back of the field unless things change through this middle thousand. Beautiful drone shots here. You can see all the way down the course. Very, very few landmarks for these athletes to peg their race strategies to. They're pretty much reliant on those big Toblerones you can see in the middle of the big screen there, passing the 500-meter mark, which is in one of those Toblerones. It's a long way to go, 500 meters, with just about no landmark to tell you how far you are along the course other than those markers. Now, Great Britain starting to really establish a lead here, nearly up to a length over the Netherlands, and they're starting to pull away. They're at 34 strokes a minute, so are the Dutch, but Great Britain have a slightly better boat speed with that rate of striking. The trailing four boats still absolutely level, so the battle's going to be on for bronze. We're coming through 600 in now, and Great Britain just should look like there's no sign of slowing. Coached by Nicola Benavente, and they've certainly maintained their pace and rhythm with the addition of Greg Stevenson. Lauren Rolls clearly highly experienced in this boat category, having competed in Tokyo at the Paralympic Games. Now they're coming into sight of Camilla. I mean, this is the sort of start you dream of for any nation. Can anybody catch Great Britain?
I don't think so, Pete. It's another stellar performance here from the PR2 mixed double scull. The remaining member from both Rio and Tokyo, Lauren Rolls, actually the longest standing member of the Great Britain Paralympic squad. She's had a busy year. She's been out with an arm surgery. She's gotten engaged. And so returning now to rowing on fine form. And it looks like in gold medal position quite comfortably with new rowing partner Greg Stevenson in the stroke seat. Richie, who's taken to it like a duck to water. Greg finding rowing through the military via the Invictus Games trials, and just out here looking like he's been doing this for his entire career, as this GB PR2 mixed double scull increases the distance that is back to the Netherlands. Talking of experience, Corné de Koning in the bow seat of the Netherlands is the closest athlete to Great Britain at the moment in the bow seat of the Dutch boat. He's joined also by new partner Chantal Heinen in the stroke seat after that incredible silver in Tokyo at the Paralympic Games. And the Dutch, of course, still holders of the world best time, as you mentioned, Pete. So given this huge wind that continues to blow down the course, this might be a challenge here for Rolls and Stevenson at the front of the field. Further back, the battle for bronze, well, it's really heating up here. The Ukrainians, Bohuslavska and Koida, are really hot under the collar here, because Ireland, Stephen McGowan and Katie O'Brien, that proved that they could sprint their hearts out to make it into this A final, look to be doing it again. They're at an incredibly punchy rate of striking, 38 strokes a minute. It looks really sharp here over in lane number 6, and they're pushing harder and harder to get themselves onto the podium. They've still got about a canvas to try and make up, but as we move through the final 750 metres, Great Britain are just really enjoying this. They're down at 32 strokes a minute. They're able to look back at the rest of the contestants and not feel flustered. I think Great Britain have had a great run of gold medals today, especially following in the footsteps of the PR3 mixed 4 that came earlier on this morning. Can anyone come close to this absolutely impeccable double from Great Britain, Richie?
Yeah, the clear water lead that they have, it's looking unsurmountable for the chasing pack, but there's quite a lot of contention here. In contention as they come down, the Netherlands, the nearest crew to them, GB in the Netherlands, of course, going through the heats directly into the final, and the other crews going through the repechage process. So one extra race under their belts here, but it might have been during that time when the water was choppy, and they might have learned how to deep control with the conditions that are here. GB leading you through the Netherlands, the nearest to them, and then the Polish crew have a really solid 500 metres there to get in contention for the bronze medal along with Ukraine. Ireland within striking distance, as we spoke about. They did an exceptional sprint finish to qualify for the A final, pipping the Italians in the process. GB well through there, big strong rowing, old school lean back there from the crew to send the finishes away. The Dutch in second place at the moment, just ahead of Ukraine. Higher rating crew from Ukraine. The Poles doing their best to get back into contention, and of course we can't rule out the Irish crew of Stephen McGowan and Katie O'Brien, coached by David Breen. Saw him this morning getting the boat ready. Clean as fast, and fast as clean was the phrase he's using. And let's see if the Irish crew can wind it up in towards the finish. But no doubt about the leaders here, they're continuing to move away from the rest of the field. The Dutch going with them in second place, side by side, centre of the coast in lanes 3 and in lane 4. And then it is the Polish crew, Ukraine, for third and fourth at the moment. So a real battle there for the bronze medal, and very little between them. So Pete, coming into view for you, it looks like another medal heading its way, a gold medal heading its way for GB. The question is, who's going to get that bronze?
Yeah, you're right, Richie. I mean, Great Britain out in front. I mean, this is true to the form book. You'd expect them to be out in front based on previous regattas. Lauren Rolls, a formidable athlete. Greg Stevenson, too. But the Dutch looking good. Corné de Koning and Chantal Heinen, you're absolutely right. What's going to happen for that bronze medal? Ukraine looking at least half a length up for that bronze medal, but it's absolutely level. Poland and Ireland, they could push it through and contest with each other to try and haul in Ukraine.
Ja, Britanca sta na dobri poti proti zlati medalji, suvereno veslata proti cilju. Vse kaže tudi, da imata tudi Nizozemca že srebrno odličje v žepu, ampak zdajle pa bo dvoboj za bronasto medaljo med aktualnima prvakoma in pa Poljaki.
Ireland are giving it absolutely everything. They're at 41 strokes a minute. Ukraine at 40, but at the front of the field, here comes Great Britain. Gold medal for Great Britain's Lauren Rolls and Greg Stevenson, European champions in the PR2 mixed double sculls. Silver goes to the Netherlands, de Koning and Heinen, and bronze is held on to by Ukraine's Bohuslavska and Koida. And then I believe that was Ireland across the line, just ahead of Poland and then France. So we'll just confirm in a moment those small places, but gold to Great Britain in a new world best time. We did wonder whether we were going to have fast conditions today. They've just beaten the previous world best time by 4 seconds. So the new one stands at 8:02.94. They take the gold. Silver goes to the Netherlands. Bronze, Ukraine. 4th place, Poland. 5th, Ireland. And 6th place, France.
Ja, Britanca sta začinila tole zmago tudi z rekordnim veslanjem v tej disciplini. Drugo mesto na koncu za Nizozemsko in pa na 3. mestu vendarle bronasta medalja za sicer lanska evropska prvaka.
The victory ceremony for the men's pair.
Podelitev medalj za moške dvojce.
The medals will be presented by
Medalje podeljuje
European Rowing President
predsednica Evropske veslaške zveze,
Anna-Marie Phelps, accompanied by
spremljajo
Slovenian rower and World Rowing Championship medalist
dobitnik medalje na svetovnem veslaškem prvenstvu Tomaž Pirih,
winners of the bronze medal
dobitnika bronaste medalje
Spain. Spain represented by
Španijo zastopata
Jaime Canalejo Pazos and Javier Garcia Ordonez. Winners of the silver medal
dobitnika srebrne medalje
Great Britain. Great Britain represented by
Veliko Britanijo zastopata
Oliver Wynne-Griffith and Tom George. Winners of the gold medal and 2023 European rowing champions
dobitnika zlate medalje in evropska prvaka za leto 2023.
Switzerland. Switzerland represented by
Švico zastopata
Roman Roersli and Andrin Gulick. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Switzerland.
Dame in gospodje, državna himna Švice.
Let's hear it for our medalists. Next race on the course, it's time now for the A final of the women's double sculls. World best time set by Aldersey and Keogh of Australia at the Amsterdam World Championships in 2014, 6:37.31. European Championship best time, 6:46.50, set in Belgrade in 2014. So lots to look forward to out there on the water. We've seen a few records being set, so we'll see if we have the same here and now. Looking forward to racing here now. We've got France, Lithuania, Romania, Netherlands, Ireland and Germany. Lining up in lane 1, representing France, Margot Bayol and Emma Lunati. In lane 2, for Lithuania, Donata Karaliene and Dovile Rimkute. In lane 3, for Romania, Ankuta Bodnar and Simona Radish. In lane 4, for the Netherlands, Roos de Jong and Leila Yusufu. Lane 5 for Ireland, Sanita Pushpure and Zoe Hyde. And in lane 6 for Germany, Leonie Menzel and Maren Volz. There goes the buzzer. We've got the start of the A final for the women's double sculls. High expectation in the centre lanes and a couple of these athletes doubling up in the women's eights. So they're not going to have long to rest if they're racing in that women's 8 A final, which is in just about an hour's time. We're riding here with Romania's Bodnar and Radish up at 46 strokes a minute, trying to take the early lead. But Karaliene and Rimkute, according to our GPS data, have the front of the field. Not much to split them, of course, at this early stage, but the Romanians holding a characteristic high rating. And we see the overhead shot, Lithuania and the Netherlands punching out for the early lead. So we'll see how all of these athletes settle into their race rhythms and get themselves going down this 2K course. Looking here at Lithuania's Rimkute and Karaliene, they're pushing out. You can just see in this beautiful side-on shot of Lake Bled, Lithuania leading only by a small margin ahead of the Netherlands.
Ja, za Mišo sta v teh prvih metrih v ospredju Litvanki, sicer pa naslov evropskih prvakinj med ženskimi dvojnimi dvojci branita Romunki Bodnarjeva in pa Radisova.
So we're coming up towards 500 meters in. We're going to find out who's made the best of this first 500 meters. The world champions, Romania, still keeping their powder dry, holding joint second at the moment as they come up towards 500. Is Lithuania's combination that was 7th. They won the B final at the World Championships in Račice last year. They've got the advantage, just over half a length. The Netherlands, De Jong and Yusufu, silver medalists in both the double and the 8 last year, up there in the mix. Pushpure and Hyde were bronze medalists last year. We'll see if they can get back on terms. They've dropped back perhaps a length and a half to 2 lengths on the current leaders, Lithuania. So a lot of work to do for them to get back in the action. But as they come up towards 600, 650 meters in, it's Lithuania holding quite a comfortable position out in front. They're at 38 strokes a minute, so matching the others for rating as it stands, and they're holding. It almost looks comfortable here, Camilla, the length that they're holding out, but it surely can't be.
It surely can't be. I thought on paper coming into this regatta, this was one of my events to watch, and I thought it was going to be all about the Netherlands going up against the late changes in the Romanian crew to bring those world champions back together. But in fact, Lithuania surprising us throughout the weekend. Rimkute and Karaliene of Lithuania, 12 years separation in the age gap here between the stroke seat, just 21 years of age. Davila Rimkute and Donata Karaliene, 32 years of age. They've just managed to get a slither of clear water between their stern and the bow ball of the Romanian world champions, who have gone unbeaten for, well, gosh, I don't know how many races. They have been on top of the world. They've been on top of the Olympic Games, but now trailing to Lithuania by 1 length going into 1,000 meters. Bodnar and Radish also have to face off to the fact that they're being put under pressure at the other end as well, because the Netherlands, who sit in bronze medal position, Rose de Jong and Leila Yusufu, are clawing their way back into a well-improved medal position. And as they start to shift here through the third 500 metres, they're matching pace at 36 strokes a minute, but the Romanians responding here. At 36, the leg pressure goes down, a little bit more of a squeeze, and they've managed to just shake off that little challenge there that de Jong and Yusufu put in. Rose de Jong looks across to know that they still have the world champions within their sight, and this combination has been well seasoned. They've been on the podium at the World Championships as well, but these three crews very much in their own race. With 750 metres to go, the race between the Dutch and the Romanians will surely start to step back towards Lithuania, who will feel the impending doom as the well-seasoned, well-littered with medalled athletes of de Jong, Yusufu, Radish, Bodnar start closing in on Karaliene and Rimkute. At the back of the field, another great race here between Ireland, Germany and France, but just an ocean of clear water separating the minor places from the medals. But look at this here, Karaliene, Rimkute, could they be the first women's double sculls to overturn Romania in some time, Richie?
What a result that would be. We've seen Pete mentioned there earlier on the B finalist winners in last year's World Championships now stepping up in the Europeans and leading this one out with 500 metres to go ahead of the Romanian crew, and the Netherlands also staying in the mix as well. Just watching him, it's just about a 1 length lead that they've got over Romania in second place, the Dutch crew in third. So Romania holding on to the silver medal at the moment, down at 37. I'm sure they're going to go into the 40s very soon. A little bit of clear water then back to the French in fourth place ahead of the crew from Germany out nearest the grandstand, just with a length lead over the Irish crew. Irish crew bronze medalists at last year's World Championships, not able to get into contention here. It's a tale of two races between lanes 2, 3 and 4, Lithuania, Romania and Netherlands, and then France, Ireland and Germany, the second chasing pack. And still now the pressure coming on the Lithuanian crew. What a race they've had. They led it from the absolute start. They're holding off the challenge of the Romanians, but we've seen all weekend here, you can't write off any of the Romanian crews with the remarkable sprint finishes that they have. And coming down with 2:50 to go, it's looking good for Lithuania. Pete, can they hold on?
Solid question. I mean, they really did go out to get it. They're 3/4 of a length up on Romania as it stands coming into these red boys here. Romania up at 40, Lithuania at 39. I'm just wondering when Romanians are going to throw the rating through the roof. It's so characteristic of them, but they do manage to bring the boat speed with it. Our GPS says they're drawing level as they come perpendicular to us here in the tower. It's going to come down to the wire. Nothing to split them, both at 41.
Bosta Litvanki uspeli pripraviti presenečenje in sklatiti z evropskega prestola Romunki, ali pa bosta Romunki vendarle naredili vse, da obdržita evropsko krono?
Look at this. I think Romania have just edged ahead. This will be heartbreak for Lithuania considering the last 1,000 metres. It's Romania across the line for the gold. Half a metre up on Lithuania for silver. Bronze goes to the Netherlands. And then coming in for fourth place, we have France. and then 5th place Germany, and then coming in for 6th Ireland. But what a finishing sprint from Romania. They absolutely nailed that last 100 metres. Just as you'd expect, they're known for their fast finishing sprint, and that's what we've just seen, whilst they set a European Championship best time of 6:40.83. An amazing result for them, taking the European Championship title ahead of Lithuania for silver and the Netherlands for bronze.
Ja, evropski kraljici v ženskih dvojnih dvojcih nista dopustili presenečenja in za mišjo prehiteli Litvanki, ki sta res prikazali izjemno predstavo tukaj na Blejskem jezeru, no bronaste medalja pa gre na Nizozemsko.
The victory ceremony for the PR2 mixed double sculls.
Podelitev medalj za para mešane dvojne dvojce.
The medals will be presented by
Medalje podeljuje
European Rowing Board member
članica Evropske veslaške zveze.
Ava Santo, accompanied by
Spremljajo
Honorary President of Henley Royal Regatta
častni predsednik Henleyjeve kraljeve regate,
Mike Sweeney. Winners of the bronze medal,
dobitnika bronaste medalje.
Ukraine. Ukraine, represented by
Ukrajino zastopata
Svetlana Bohuslavska and Yaroslav Kojuda.
Stand by silver. And go silver.
Winners of the silver medal,
dobitnika srebrne medalje.
the Netherlands. The Netherlands, represented by
Nizozemsko zastopata
Corne de Koning and Chantal Heinen.
Okay, stand by. Gold. And go gold.
Winners of the gold medal and 2023 European Rowing Champions,
dobitnika zlate medalje in evropska prvaka za leto 2023.
Great Britain. Great Britain, represented by
Veliko Britanijo zastopata
Lauren Rolls and Greg Stevenson.
Go announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Great Britain.
Dame in gospodje, državna himna Velike Britanije.
Ladies and gents, let's hear it for our medalists.
There's no music.
Next race on the course, it's the A final of the men's double sculls. Well, best time set by the Sinkovic brothers in Amsterdam 2014, 5:59.72. That's the time to beat. We've got 6 boats lining up, getting ready to go. Belgium, Italy, Croatia, the Netherlands, Ireland and Spain.
Ja, takole na hitro preletimo štartno listo finala moških dvojnih dvojcev. Na progi 1 je Belgija, na progi 2 Italija, na progi 3 Hrvaška, na progi 4 Nizozemska, proga 5 Irska in pa proga 6 Španija.
Lining up in lane 1, representing Belgium, Tristan van den Busch and Aaron Andries. Lane 2 for Italy, Luca Rambaldi and Matteo Sartori. Lane 3 for Croatia, Martin Sinkovic and Valent Sinkovic. Lane 4 for the Netherlands, Stef Brunink and Melvin Tveilar. In lane 5 for Ireland, Dara Lynch and Phil Doyle. And in lane 6 for Spain, Aleix Garcia Pujolal and Rodrigo Conde Romero. Here we go, the A final for the men's double sculls getting started. Good clean start across the board here, as you'd expect to see. 53 strokes a minute from the Sinkovic brothers. An absolutely unbelievable performance from them at the World Cup in Zagreb, where they won the gold. As you'd expect, the caliber of the Sinkovic brothers is absolutely formidable when it comes to small boats racing. We ride here with Tristan van den Busch and Aaron Andries for Belgium. Now looking here at the Spaniards, tough to choose the early leader, as you'd expect, because it's so tightly packed through the first few strokes. They'll be looking to try and split themselves out. I'm reading that as Spain contesting with the Belgians for the front of the field, with Croatia just about half a metre down on that contest for the lead, passing through 250. So not much separating them. Pretty much all of them at 42 strokes a minute, with the exception of the Belgians, who are down at 38. So going for that greater length. It's paying off here because they're pulling out to half a length at the front of the field.
Naslov evropskih prvakov branita verjetno najbolj znana brata, tokrat na Bledu iz Hrvaške, brata Sinkovic, ki takole vstopata v tekmo za nov naslov evropskih prvakov, čeprav najboljši začetek za Belgijo.
Well, this is some stuff here. We're coming up towards 500 metres in, and the under-23 champions of last year are leading the A final of the European Rowing Championships. An amazing performance, or an amazing start for them. Half a length up on the Olympic champions, Martin and Valent Sinkovic, going through 500. So we'll see how the pace starts to hammer them through this second 500 now. Will they be able to hold on the lead? I mean, there'll be people betting their houses safely on the Sinkovic brothers doing what they do best, and that is leading in a double or a pair. An absolutely unbelievable pair of athletes, Martin and Valent Sinkovic. They're not leaving the Italians behind, though. Luca Rambaldi and Matteo Sartori. Sartori in the stroke seat was the under-23 world champion in the men's quad last year, and he's certainly setting a punishing rhythm there. But Croatia now starting to pull up level with Belgium for the front of the field, not leaving the Spaniards behind, who are looking pretty good for third at the moment. What do you make of this, Camilla?
This is just stunning stuff here, like you say, from the new kids on the block, the under-23 world champions, Van den Buscher and Andries of Belgium. They're sticking with the pace. They have been rowed through for the lead by the Croatians, as you say, but they are holding their mettle, holding their own amongst the Olympic silver medalists in the Dutch and many of the other very fast-moving crews here on the field. The Spanish, of course, silver medalists at last year's World Championships. And actually, just as I say that, they've come past me, and through my eye, they could in fact be challenging for the lead sometime soon. They've had a great last 25 strokes. Rodrigo Conde Romero in the stroke seat, recovering from a leg injury to come back this season, and they look on fine form as they pull up alongside the Sinkovic's. The Italians, well, they are also wanting to get in on the party for the gold medal, and they move now along with Spain, and in fact ahead of Spain, to challenge the Sinkovic's for the gold. Just a canvas in it as they move through into the third quarter of this race, and the Italians really look focused. They look motivated. They're at 38 strokes a minute, matching the Sinkovic's, but producing better boat speed, which will almost certainly give them that gold medal position in the next few strokes. And indeed, there it is. The bow ball goes ahead for the first time in this race for the Italians. Rambaldi and Sartori, the Sinkovic's, having to scramble to respond now. They're in silver medal position. The Dutch, this old hatch combination back together, Bruynink and Tuela, the Olympic silver medalists, back now in this double scull, and still with overlap on the fight for gold. We'll expect some fireworks from them as we come into the sprinting stages. How about this, Richie?
Coming up to that marker now for me here at the 500-metre mark on the island. What a race we've had. The Sinkovic's going for international medal number 51. But here it's the Italian double that are really putting it up to them, coming up into the last quarter of this race. All of the crews now up at 38, 39 strokes per minute, coming through the 500-metre mark. And it's the Italians leading it out ahead of Croatia, just by about a canvas ahead of the crew then from the Netherlands. And the Belgian crew moving back further down the field. The Irish moving up now from 5th and 6th position into 4th. So it's Italy leading it out from Croatia and Netherlands. On the charge, the Irish crew now coming back into contention and getting an overlap with the Dutch, and they're going to put them on pressure there, and they're bringing the Spanish crew with them. The Belgians, I think the charge that they made earlier on, looking a little bit more laboured now, but it's all about who are going to get these medals here. 4 boats in contention, the Italians leading it out and pushing for the line here, but you can't write out the Croatians and saying that they've brought it up to 41 now. The Sinkovic brothers going for the line here, looking to rein in the Italians, and they're taking with them the crews from the Netherlands and Ireland as well. But I think it looking secure here for the Netherlands for the bronze medal. Let's see what Ireland have in the finish, but really it's going to be stroke for stroke, Pete, for the gold medal between Italy and Croatia.
Yeah, they're absolutely level. This is amazing stuff from Italy. Rambaldi and Sartori, they're level with Croatia coming to the last 150 metres. It's going to come down to this sprint finish. Both of them go to 43 strokes a minute to try and push for the line. The European Championship title is at stake here, and there's nothing to split them. I think the Croatians have just found an extra gear and are pulling ahead to half a canvas into the last 50.
Kakšen dvoboj med Hrvaško in pa Italijo. Bosta Sinkoviča uspela zadržati evropsko krono ali jo bosta prevzela Italijana Rimbaldija in Sartori?
Oh, the grit and determination of Martin's face through those last few. They beat Italy to the line to take the gold medal for Croatia in the European Rowing Championships for the men's double. Silver goes to Italy, bronze to the Netherlands. A great charge from Ireland. They'll take 4th place ahead of coming in for 5th place Spain and then 6th place Belgium. An amazing push for the line by Italy, but the response from Croatia absolutely amazing. They take the gold, and silver to Italy, bronze the Netherlands.
Veselje bratov Sinkovič v cilju, kako tudi ne, z res močnim finišem sta uspela v zadnjih metrih odbiti napad Italijanov na evropsko krono in jo seveda tudi obdržala na svojih glavah oziroma obdržala zlati medalji okoli vratu.
The victory ceremony for the women's double sculls.
Podelitev medalj za ženske dvojne dvojce.
The medals will be presented by
Medalje podeljuje
European Rowing Board member
član Evropske veslaške zveze,
Dusan Makarček, accompanied by
spremlja ga
President of Rowing Slovenia and Bled Rowing Organising Committee,
predsednik Veslaške zveze Slovenije in organizacijskega odbora Jošt Dolničar.
winners of the bronze medal,
Dobitnici bronaste medalje.
the Netherlands. The Netherlands represented by Rose de Jong and Leila Yusufu. Winners of the silver medal,
Dobitnici srebrne medalje.
Lithuania. Lithuania represented by
Litvo zastopata
Donata Karaliene and Dovile Rimkute. Winners of the gold medal and 2023 European Rowing Champions,
dobitnici zlate medalje in evropski prvakinji za leto 2023.
Romania. Romania represented by
Romunijo zastopata
Ankuta Bodnar and Simona Radish.
Stand by national anthem. And go announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Romania.
Dame in gospodje, državna himna Romunije.
Let's hear it for our medalists. Racing's coming through quite tight and fast today, so Ankuta Bodnar is present on the medal stage to receive her gold medal, but Simona Radic is racing in the women's 8A final coming up shortly, so she'll receive her medal later on. Next race on the course is the A final now for the women's single sculls. Well, best time set by Rumjana Nekova of Bulgaria all the way back at the 2002 World Championships in Seville. 7:07.71 the time to beat. But Sanita Pushpure of Ireland set the European Championship best time just a few years ago in 2019 in Lucerne as 7:23.18. So those are the records, and our reigning European champion from last year, Caroline Florain, is taking part here in this race in lane 3. So we've got a lot to look forward to in this A final for the women's singles.
Še 3 finala so nam ostala za letošnje Evropsko prvenstvo in na startu so že pripravljeni ženski enojci.
A final now of the women's single sculls. Lane 1 representing Serbia, Jovana Arsic. Lane 2 for Lithuania, Ieva Adamovičiūtė. Lane 3 for the Netherlands, Caroline Florain. Lane 4 for Switzerland, Aurelia Maxima Katarina Janssen. Lane 4 for Bulgaria, Desislava Angelova. And in lane 6 for Spain, Virginia Diaz-Rivas. There goes the buzzer. We're underway with the A final of the women's single sculls. The first of the 2 gladiatorial events, the single sculls. Tough to choose an early leader, as you'd expect, but we've got the reigning world champion, Caroline Florain of the Netherlands, in lane 3. She's the reigning world champion and European champion of 2022. Back to defend her title here on Lake Bled. She's out there at 41 strokes a minute, but it looks as though it's the Swiss athlete Janssen who's taken the early advantage by perhaps half a canvas over the Dutch sculler. So we'll see how they settle into their race rhythms. They're not leaving behind Arsic of Serbia or Angelova of Bulgaria as yet, and I suspect we might see Adamovičiūtė, powerful athlete from Lithuania, get back into it through the middle section of the race. But currently leading, Janssen for Switzerland out in front at 35 strokes a minute.
Najboljši začetek za Švicarko Jancnovo v tem finalu ženskih enojcev. Naslov sicer brani Nizozemka na progi 3 Caroline Florin. No, na progi 1 Jovana Arsić iz Srbije, gotovo motivirana tudi na Bledu, kajti letos bo svetovno prvenstvo potekalo na njenih domačih vodah v Beogradu. Sicer pa v družbi še Litvanke in pa Bolgarke in Španke.
Well, Florane has found her cruising speed now. She's drawn level at the front again with Janssen of Switzerland. So these two neck and neck at the front of the field coming up towards the 500-meter mark. And they've pulled out a whole length ahead of the closest battle for bronze medal, which is still between the Serbian Arsić and the Lithuanian Adomavičiūtė. I don't want to discount DS Rivas just yet because she's very much in the mix on the near side of the course, as is Angelova for Bulgaria. So it's still quite tight going through the 500-meter mark, but Caroline Florane, a great shot of her here. She's at 36, Janssen is at 31, so underrating the Dutch athlete by 5 pips, a significant amount, which means she might have an extra gear to go to in her back pocket if she needs it for a strong finishing sprint. Janssen, the under-23 world champion from 2022, alongside the senior world champion of 2022, Florane. So this really is a battle of the ages now as we come up towards 750. Oh, this is looking interesting, Camilla. I mean, can the young athlete, Janssen, contend against the senior athlete, Florane?
I mean, I'm just still so gobsmacked by this 19-year-old Swiss sculler. Janssen is just really something special. She's out here really holding her own amongst the likes of Caroline Florine, as you say, Pete, the reigning world champion in the single scull, one of the most difficult but well-respected disciplines out there. It takes a lot to go out there and go toe-to-toe as an individual on this course. Now, I will say it is really lumpy and bumpy out here. The wind has been picking up throughout the morning, and so I do feel for these single scullers, not only a battle of the mind, but a battle of the conditions as well. Florine is really looking to stamp out any challenge here from Janssen early on, and she's now drawn out a length ahead of the young Swiss sculler. Now, I don't think the Swiss is much of a high rater, even in the closing stages. So despite only being down at rate 32, using those Macon blades at that efficient rate of striking, I don't think we'll see too many sort of rate ratchets through the sprinting stages. So this is mostly where we'll see her go in this middle 1,000 meters. She's in the silver medal position. Now we look across, it's Jovana Arsić of Serbia running in bronze alongside Desislava Angelova of Bulgaria. We've talked about the world best time set by the great Bulgarian Neikova, but Angelova possibly looking to follow in the footsteps, replicate that great heritage in the women's single scull for her nation. But she has to try and reel off Jovana Arsić first, who's making tasty work of this bronze medal fight. It's then DS Rivas with Adomavičiūtė in the back of the pack. DS Rivas, a mean sprinter, though. That certainly is somebody who can go through the gears, and as long as she's within a couple of lengths, I think, of the podium fight, we could see something really special from her in this final 500 meters. We're through 750 to go now, and as predicted, it's still plugging away at rate 30 here for Janssen, but she's still making some headway here in the silver medal position. She's trying to extend the gap back to bronze. I don't think she's making much impact on Florine, the world champion, and I think probably soon to be defending European champion out here on Lake Bled. But what a performance from the 19-year-old in silver medal position. But Richie, I think you're going to have to keep an eye on this bronze medal fight.
Absolutely, we saw that in World Cup 1 in Zagreb recently when Virginia DS Rivas came storming through in the last 200 metres and just pipped Aurelia Maxima Katarina Janssen for the gold medal in World Cup 1. So all eyes are going to be on lane 6 to see if the Spanish sculler can come back and challenge for the silver medal. No doubt about the leader though, Caroline Florine, our current world champion and European champion, leading this one out with 500 metres to go. Centred the course in lane 3, so she's able to look left left and right and see any of the challenges coming her way, but with clear water between her and the Swiss sculler, it's unlikely that we're going to see the gold medal come out of her grasp coming in towards the last few hundred metres. Jovana Arsic going well in lane 1 as well, coming up and maybe can get into contention along with the Bulgarian sculler now for the bronze medal race that's heating up with the crews coming down to the last 500. They're going to be wrapping it up, dealing with these blustery conditions here, coming into the run into the finish. They're going to be pushing the rates up now. We can see that Caroline Florin, 36 strokes per minute. She still has the fastest boat out on the water, so she's moving away from the contenders here as we run in towards the finish. And coming under increased pressure now is Janssen from Switzerland, from Jovana Arsic, and also from the Bulgarian scorer Angelova Desislava as well, now coming up to challenge with 2:50 to go. No doubt about it, Pete. Class of her own here for you, Caroline Florin.
Absolutely in a league of her own at the front here. I mean, this ocean of clear water she's opened up on the beautiful Lake Bled is just ginormous. And she's sure to retain her European Championship title ahead of Janssen of Switzerland. I mean, it would be amazing if Janssen can come away with a medal from this. It's looking like she's set to. Arsic for Serbia looking solid in third place, but under a lot of pressure from Angelova of Bulgaria coming into the last 150.
Caroline Florin v oranžnem dresu Nizozemske rutinirano ohranja naziv najboljše skifistke v Evropi. Ampak Jansnova Švicarka na drugem mestu je pokazala, da gre računati na njo. Šele 19 let ima ta veslačica iz Švice, na tretjem mestu pa bo še vroče.
Caroline Florin is coming in for the gold medal for the Netherlands, European champion in the women's single sculls. Silver medal is going to go to Aurelia Maxima Katarina Janssen of Switzerland. And then it is bronze to Jovana Arsic for Serbia, ahead of fourth place Desislava Angelova of Bulgaria. Coming in for fifth place, then we have Ieva Adomovicuta for Lithuania, half a length ahead of sixth place Virginia Diaz-Rivas of Spain. The 1, 2, 3, Florin for the Netherlands, gold, Janssen of Switzerland, silver, and Arsic of Serbia, bronze. The victory ceremony for the men's double sculls.
Podelitev medalj za moške dvojne dvojce.
The medals will be presented by
Medalje podeljuje
World Rowing Executive Director
izvršni direktor Svetovne veslaške organizacije,
Vincent Gaillard, accompanied by
spremlja ga
Slovenian rower and Olympic medalist at the Barcelona Olympics 1992, Sydney Olympics 2000, Athens 2004 and London 2012.
štirikratni dobitnik olimpijskih medalj iz Slovenije v Barceloni 92, Sydneyju 2000, Atenah 2004 in Londonu 2012. Iztok Čop,
Winners of the bronze medal,
dobitnika bronaste medalje.
the Netherlands. The Netherlands represented by
Nizozemsko zastopata
Stefan Brunink, and Melvin Tvelar.
As soon as he's clear, Pete, go with that next announcement.
Winners of the silver medal.
Dobitnika srebrne medalje.
Italy! Italy represented by
Italijo zastopata
Luca Rambaldi, Matteo Sartori, winners of the gold medal and 2023 European rowing champions.
Dobitnika zlate medalje in evropska prvaka za leto 2023.
Croatia! Croatia represented by
Hrvaško zastopata
Martin Sinkovic, and Valent Sinkovic.
51 first medal. Standby announcement. Oh, gives. Yeah, gives. Who's the guess? The bloody ducks. Standby announcement. And go announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Croatia.
Dame in gospodje, državna himna Hrvaške.
Let's hear it for our medalists. Next race is the penultimate race of our championship weekend, the A final for the men's single sculls. Bulgaria, Lithuania, Denmark, Germany, Greece and the Netherlands. Lane 1, representing Bulgaria, Christian Vasilev. In lane 2, for Lithuania, Dovydas Nemiravicius.
Give me a sec, right, unless it's important.
In lane 3, for Denmark, Sverre Nielsen. Lane 4 for Germany, Oliver Zeitler. In lane 5 for Greece, Stefanos Tuskos.
Standby to fade it out. Standby.
And in lane 6 for the Netherlands, Lennart van Lierop. There we go. I love being able to hear the starting umpire go through the roll call. Look at Tuskos go, though. He's out like the absolute clappers. Got to have a check on what his rating was there. It's up over 50. The Lithuanian Nemrovicius is at 52 as well, but Tuskos absolutely flew off the starting pontoon there. He's absolutely going for it. He'll be happy and comfortable in the slightly wishy-washy, bouncy feeling of the waters there. Lennart van Leerop's gone too. A really quick start for him at 43. And he's actually the current leader. An impressive start for the Dutchman, not breaking away from Vasilev of Bulgaria on the island side of the course. Riding here with the big man, Oliver Zeidler of Germany, the reigning world champion from last year. He won the World Cup earlier this year. 4th place at the Europeans last year, so he'll be eager to make amends for that and see if he can top the podium and claim that title too. So pushing out for the front of the field, we've got Van Lierop, Zeidler and Vasilev.
Ja, kot puščica se je proti cilju izstrelil Grk med moškimi enojci, kot bi želel vršiti rokavico Nemcu Zeidlerju, ki ga je včeraj v polfinalu premagal. No, sicer ti dve posadki skupaj tudi z Nizozemsko v ospredju v teh prvih metrih.
Zeidler out in front now, establishing a small lead on Tuskos and Van Lierop. Stefanos Tuskos, the Olympic champion from Tokyo 2020, coached by Giovanni Postiglione. He almost crept out of nowhere in the last few hundred meters of that Olympic final to launch himself into the lead, but he's out there at the front of the field now, tied with Vasilev behind Zeidler. So we're going to have to see how they start to spread out and what their race strategy looks like here. We've got Zeidler at 36, Tuskos at 37, Vasilev at 36, and Van Lierop at 36 as well. So they're pretty much matched stroke for stroke. But here comes Tuskos, now drawing level, or trying to draw up level with Zeidler at the front. He's not letting Zeidler get more than a canvas away from him. It's going to be really interesting to see how this develops. Van Lierop not getting dropped either. I think a lot of them have gone out and front-loaded this race to absolutely make sure they don't get left behind, because there's no coming back from too great a margin when it comes to that finishing sprint. Now, they're coming up into sight of Camilla. I mean, I don't know where to go with this one, Camilla. Zeidler, when he's on form, there's just no stopping him, but he struggles sometimes with the more challenging, bouncy conditions, and Tuskos loves that stuff.
Yeah, he's out in front at the moment, Zeidler, but this is very reminiscent of that cruel summer that he had back at the Tokyo Olympic Games where he failed to make the A final. And this is maybe what would have, could have, should have been here, him riding alongside Tuskos in search of a gold medal. But it's now here at the European Championships. He sits half a length, oh gosh, maybe not even that, actually half a canvas, I'll correct myself, ahead of Tuskos the Greek, who relishes in these conditions. The Olympic champion was just absolutely flying over the waves on the Sea Forest Waterway in Tokyo, and he looks across to Zeidler and he wants to capitalise on these nerves that Zeidler perhaps feels a little bit around these bouncy conditions. We know he doesn't like it, but he has to shake that off and just get his head down and ensure that he executes a great race plan. Lierop still up here with these two absolute giants of the sport in this men's single scull. The Dutchman Van Lierop coming in for Tuela, who had a great season, picking up a heap of medals last year, including the European Championship title. And he's half a length down now on this fight for the gold, where Tuskos just goes again. He throws yet another punch at Zeidler, who is coping really well with these conditions. I know he's been practicing a lot for the rough water, which he knows is one of his weaknesses. There's then a gap back to Nielsen, who's going to have to speak now if he wants to get himself onto this podium. He's been on great form, having come away with the gold medal at World Cup 1, but this is just a little bit shy here of that podium positioning. But Lierop, here he goes. I just looked up from my paperwork to see he's gone up to 36 strokes a minute. He's looked across at the fight for gold and says, yeah, I want a piece of that. So he's going here with Tuskos, who takes the lead once again. He's ahead now of Oliver Zeidler. This is absolutely amazing. Two giants of the sport, two legends that will be written in to the men's single scull event throughout time, I'm sure. And I'm going to hand over to Richie to bring this one home.
Cheers, Camilla. All of the action on the grandstand side of things here with lanes 4, 5 and 6. Germany, Greece and Netherlands battling it out. Stroke for stroke, the lead is changing between Germany and Greece. So it's going to come down to who can handle the last quarter, who can handle the conditions and who can handle the pressure. Very little between them. And then Sverre Nielsen still within striking distance, and he's taking the Lithuanian and Bulgarian. There's clear water between them and the leading pack. So they're going to have to move now if they want to get back into contention. So coming through 500, I'm just looking at Ollie. He's back in third place. So it is the Greek sculler Tuxku who's moved into the lead now. Van Lierop having the race of his life. He's led it through 500. He's just got half a canvas. So it's Van Lierop leading it out in lane 6 nearest the grandstand, ahead of Tuxkus in second. Ollie Zeidler in third place at the moment. But anything can happen. We've seen it all throughout the day in the last 500 metres. It's going to come down to the sprint finishes. But it looks like these three in the mix. I don't think that Sverre Nielsen is going to be able to get change a gear and come back into contention. So it's all about Germany, Greece and Netherlands for who's going to take the gold, silver and bronze in the men's single sculls. It's still Van Lierop. What a race from him to get back into the lead. Coming through 500 metres. He's pushing on now and moving away from Greece and from Germany. What a race from the Netherlands here. What a turn up for the books it is if he can take the gold medal out of the grasp of Ollie Zeidler and Stefanos Tuxkus as they come in with 250 metres to go. Pete, it looks like Van Lierop. What a race from him. He's leading it out.
Yeah, they're into the last 150 now. Van Lierop half a length up. Has he gone too early? Has he blown here? Because Tuskos is holding on to half a length down, and we know he's got a formidable sprint finish. He's currently in second, and then half a length behind him, less than half a length, is Zeidler.
Ja, Tvelar je pogrel evropski tron za Van Lieropa, ki je zgrabil priložnost z obema rokama. Bilo je vprašanje svetovni ali olimpijski prvak, na koncu pa vse kaže na nizozemsko zmago, torej da bo ostala zmaga na Nizozemskem.
Van Lierop takes the gold European Championship title in the A final of the men's single sculls. Half a length on the Olympic champion Stefanos Tuskos, who takes silver, and then the bronze goes to Ollie Zeidler, the world champion of 2022. Lennart Van Lierop for the Netherlands. What a performance for him. He's had the race of his life moving from the 8 into the single, and he's now European champion in the men's single sculls, taking home the gold medal, silver to Tuskos of Greece and bronze to Zeidler for Germany.
Takole imamo novega evropskega prvaka, ampak prihaja pa iz iste države kot lani, torej iz Nizozemske. Van Lierop je takole ognal olimpijskega prvaka Tuskosa, Grka na drugem mestu in pa tudi dvakratnega svetovnega prvaka Zeidlerja na tretjem mestu.
The victory ceremony for the women's single sculls.
Podelitev medalj za ženske enojce.
The medals will be presented by
Medalje podeljuje
European Rowing Honorary President
častni predsednik Evropske veslaške zveze,
Richard Stadniuk, accompanied by
spremlja ga
the Vice President of Rowing Slovenia and Organising Committee,
podpredsednik Veslaške zveze Slovenije in organizacijskega odbora Peter Pfeiffer.
winner of the bronze medal, representing Serbia,
Dobitnica bronaste medalje, ki zastopa Srbijo.
Jovana Arsic. Winner of the silver medal, representing Switzerland,
Dobitnica srebrne medalje, ki zastopa Švico.
Aurelia Maxima Katharina Jansen.
Yeah. Okay. Gift. And go announcement.
Winner of the gold medal and 2023 European rowing champion, representing the Netherlands,
Dobitnica zlate medalje in evropska prvakinja za leto 2023, ki zastopa Nizozemsko.
Caroline Florane.
Stand by. Netherlands national anthem. And go announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the Netherlands.
Dame in gospodje, državna himna Nizozemske.
Let's hear it for our medalists. We move on now to the last race of the 2023 European Rowing Championships, Bled, Slovenia, the A final of the women's 8. World best time set in 2021 at the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games by Romania, 5:52.99 the time to beat.
Ja, takole še zadnji finale A na letošnjem Evropskem prvenstvu na Bledu. To so ženski osmerci.
4 boats taking part: Italy, Great Britain, Romania and Germany. Lane 1, we have Italy, coxed by Emanuele Caponi and stroked by Linda De Filippis.
Is that sounding okay, Andrea? Yeah.
Lane 2, Great Britain, coxed by Henry Fieldman and stroked by Annie Campbell-Ord. Lane 3, Romania, coxed by Victoria Stefania Petreanu and stroked by Simona Radish. And completing the field in lane 4 for Germany, we have the German women's 8, coxed by Larina Hillemann and stroked by Tabea Kühnert. Here we go, we're underway with the last race of the 2023 European Rowing Championships, the A final of the women's 8s. 50 strokes a minute, Romania, and they pushed to an early lead, only by about a metre or so out of the front of the field. An impressive start, stroked by Simona Radic. She's absolutely thrown everything into this start there. Still up there at 49, the others already striding down to 44 and 43. Great Britain, a good start for them, but they're currently at the back of the pack compared to Italy and Germany, who are just trying to cling on that little bit better with Romania through the first 200 metres. All things will change as they finally settle into their cruise pace for this 2,000-metre race. Great Britain alongside Romania pushing for the lead.
Še vedno smo pod vtisom včerajšnjega moškega finala osmercev, kjer je šlo zelo na nož med britansko in pa romunsko posadko. 500 sekunde, naj vas spomnim. In seveda v tem duhu upajmo, da bo tudi minila tale tekma ženskih osmercev. Tudi tukaj lahko spremljamo romunsko-britanski obračun za zmago. Romunke sicer branijo naslov evropskih prvakinj.
Coming up through 400 metres, Romania out in the front. They had a slightly larger advantage over Great Britain, but Great Britain finding their speed now, and they're closing in on that less than a canvas lead that Romania hold over Great Britain. So both of these boats settling into their cruise speed. Romania at 41, Great Britain at 39, and then perhaps a quarter of a length behind Great Britain, we find Italy going through 500. So Italy are at 39, so most of these leading boats are stroke for stroke. It's only Germany who are now at the back of the pack, perhaps 3/4 of a length down on this challenge for the medals in this A final of the women's 8. 3 boats will be going home with metalware. It's essentially a race not to be last if you want to be on that podium. Romania looking powerful out in front there. The boat that won the World Championships last year, or at least many of them remain. They've switched in a few new additions. Roxana Angel into the 2-seat from their women's 4. Is the only real change on the World Championship 8 from last year. So lots and lots for Great Britain, Germany and Italy to do to try and compete with such a formed crew. But they're coming through towards 750 metres in. So for the last time today, I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Camilla and Richie.
Thanks, Pete. Yeah, Romania have just tussled that lead back now. It's 2 seats up off the bow ball of Great Britain for the Romanians, and they'll be seeking to get Adriana Adam a gold medal, as well as Victoria Stefania Petrino, as those are the only 2 in this crew that haven't got a gold medal already this weekend. The double, the pair, the 4, all doubling up into this 8, and they currently lead Great Britain. A rejuvenated Great Britain. They found an extra spark here for this A final, and Henry Fieldman, who substituted into the men's 8 yesterday, perhaps sharpened his skills for a close fight with the Romanians after that absolutely electric finish in the men's 8. He's taken some things from that and probably brought that into today's race with the women. But Italy running in bronze medal. It's just the Germans out the back, as you say. I think it's just a matter of the distances here, and Romania, they've eked out a little bit more over Great Britain. It's been an absolutely glittering gold weekend for them, and this would be the sparkle on top of it all. They've just been absolutely dominant in the women's programs. They've moved up now to about half a length over Great Britain. They're overrating the British. They're at 39, the British at 37. The British crew containing 2 athletes that doubled up into the pair as well, of course, Emily Ford, Esme Booth. I know their families both watching here on the bank, certainly getting their money's worth for tickets here the second time down the track today, but they run in silver medal position. The Romanians continue to stretch out, in fact, over GB, and the Italians still with a little bit of overlap over the British boat too. The Italians, coxed by Emanuele Caponi, will be really really incentivised by this overlap, and they're coming in front of Richie at 500 metres to go.
What a way to close out our European Championships here with the noise and the bustle of an eights race. We saw how close it was yesterday with our photo finish for the men's eights going to GB. The Romanians here leading this one out with Clearwater ahead of GB in second, who are just coming in. They've just got a little bit of an overlap on the Romanians now, so GB motoring along nicely. The Italians a bit of an unknown, because in the preliminary race that we had, the Italians just paddled down as a training spin, well back in fourth, not racing the preliminary, so we didn't know what they were going to form was going to be like coming into the race here, but doing well to secure the bronze medal position, and try as they will to try put pressure on the GB crew. They're a little bit further back, that they might not be able to come up into contention for the silver medal. No doubt about the leaders, a strength and depth of the Romanian crews, that they can swap and change between fours, pairs, doubles, and still come out and dominate the races here, and dominate they are. They're coming into the last 250. Pete, last race of the day, last day race of the European Championships. Huge crowds cheering them on, and what a display here from Romania.
Yeah, what a race from Romania. There was a moment in that first 500 where I thought that it would all turn around and that Great Britain might upset the form book, but Romania have found it through that middle thousand. They really found some great pace. 43 strokes a minute as they're winding it up for a strong finish as well. I mean, the depth and strength in the Romanian women's squad is just huge. Eyes from all around the world will be watching this, thinking, how are we going to compete with that when it comes to World Championships later on this summer?
Romunke so odločene, da jim zlata medalja ne spolzi iz rok, tako kot včeraj njihovim kolegom v osmercu, in imajo ogromno prednost pred Britankami.
Romania, European champions in the women's eights. They take the gold medal. Silver goes to Great Britain, a length and a half up on Italy coming in for bronze. And then a length and a quarter behind them, we find Germany for fourth place. Fantastic result from Romania, an amazing performance from them to seal the gold medal and the European Championship title to go alongside their World Championship title of last year. The victory ceremony for the men's single sculls.
Podelitev medalj za moške enojce.
The medals will be presented by
Medalje podeljuje
European Rowing Board member
član Evropske veslaške zveze,
Algirdas Reslanas, accompanied by
spremlja ga
the President of Rowing Slovenia and Bled Rowing Organising Committee,
predsednik Veslaške zveze Slovenije in organizacijskega odbora Jošt Dolničar.
Winner of the bronze medal, representing Germany,
Dobitnik bronaste medalje, ki zastopa Nemčijo.
Oliver Zeitler.
Shaky, medal. Stand by gifts. Gifts come in. And stand by. Let me know when clear. Okay, go.
Winner of the silver medal,
Dobitnik,
representing Greece,
dobitnik srebrne medalje, ki zastopa Grčijo.
Stefanos Tuskos.
Gift is coming in. Stand by. Gold. And go gold.
Winner of the gold medal and 2023 European rowing champion, representing the Netherlands,
Dobitnik zlate medalje in evropski prvak za leto 2023, ki zastopa Nizozemsko.
Leonard van Lierop.
Stand by for announcement and go announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the Netherlands.
Dame in gospodje, državna himna Nizozemske.
Let's hear it for our medalists. The victory ceremony for the women's eights.
Podelitev medalj za ženske osmerce.
Just wait for a few more of them to come through before we go with the next announcements. Presenters walking. Yeah. Oh, stop shaking hands with people. Have they just swapped positions? I think someone's just swapped positions in the last team. Go in. Okay. Go announcements.
The medals will be presented by
Medalje podeljuje
European Rowing President
predsednica Evropske veslaške zveze.
Anna-Marie Phelps, accompanied by
Spremljajo
President of the Rowing Slovenia and Bled Rowing Organising Committee,
predsednik Veslaške zveze Slovenije in organizacijskega odbora Evropskega prvenstva Bled 2023, Jošt Dolničar.
Are we all lined up? No. Okay, good.
winners of the bronze medal,
Dobitnice bronaste medalje.
Italy. Italy, represented by
Italijo zastopajo
Giorgia Pelacci, Sofia Secoli, Veronica Bumbaka, Alice Gnata, Elisa Mondelli, Silvia Terrazzi, Alice Codato, Linda De Filippis, and Emanuele Caponi.
Not got eyes. Go.
Winners of the silver medal,
dobitnice srebrne medalje.
Great Britain. Great Britain, represented by
Veliko Britanijo zastopajo
Natasha Morris, Emily Ford, Lauren Irwin, Karen Bennett, Esme Booth, Samantha Redgrave, Harriet Taylor, Annie Campbell-Ord, and Henry Fieldman.
Let me know when we're clear. Go announcements.
Winners of the gold medal and 2023 European Rowing Champions,
dobitnice zlate medalje in evropske prvakinje za 2023.
Romania. Romania, represented by
Romunijo zastopajo
Magdalena Rusu, Roxana Angel. Adriana Adam. Maria Tivodariu. Madalena Perez. Amalia Perez. Ioana Vincianu. Simona Radish. And Victoria Stefania Petrianu.
Okay, and go announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Romania.
Dame in gospodje, državna himna Romunije.
Let's hear it for our medalists.
One, two, three. Yeah, I've got that.